evening, everybody, and welcome back to the lands of Aecathan, where a bunch of people who've played D&D way too much in their life demonstrate how little they care and play D&D more, because we love it.
We love it.
Some of us have been playing it since we were teenagers. So
some of us hadn't been born yet. Oh, wait.
Shut up!
That's a joke.
Oh my gosh, I'm having audio problems with Nikki.
Zorith is dead. I mean...
Man.
You said that, and I was like, oh yeah, I really have been playing since I was a teenager.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have.
Because, and this is definitely gonna establish me as the old guy, but I met Pam when she was 16.
Yeah.
Totally above board.
And
You
a
met
freshman
me
in
when I was
college.
14.
I was going to say, you might want to mention that you were also young, as opposed to it sounding super.
No, I was in
27?
college. Yeah, I was like 27.
Yeah, because you and Mike are 11 years older than me.
Yeah. So, but she started at my school as a 16-year-old freshman. And I
college?
was, yeah.
Yes.
A week after my 16th birthday.
Damn, smarty pants!
And I was way late going back to school. I didn't start undergrad till I was 25. So,
Damn, smarty pants. Look at you.
yep. All right.
It's all gone now.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Most of it's gone. I remember the word amygdaloidal. I know it has something to do with physical geology, and that's it.
Oh, boy.
So
Amygdaloidal sounds like amygdala part of the brain. We have digressed.
it's a type
so
of
much.
geological formation, but I don't remember what. I could look it up, but I don't care. Anyway,
Google that. Put it in the chat for us.
I could do this. I just don't want to.
exactly.
Should we do this all over? I'm so sorry.
No, that's
We've all
fine.
gotten a bit off track.
Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show. Yeah.
We tend to be tangential.
Yes. We are all referential thinkers, and tangents are friends. So it happens. But anyway, so yes, this is our 5th edition D&D game. And in case you're just joining us, I'm Jeff. I run the game. I created the world of Aecathan that they're all tromping around in. It's actually a lot of fun. It's a little bit like being one of the gods of the world, kind of looking down and watching the people scurry.
Wow.
Dance
Yes.
for me, puppets, dance.
Wow.
And just quickly introduce yourself, like who you are and who your character is, and like, an elevator speech about them. So,
Just
Pam?
that.
I'm Pam. I play Aribelle, who's and we're level 9, I think.
Yes.
She's a level 8 paladin, level 1 cleric. She is from the capital city of Armagh and is now traveling the world trying to make it a better place.
All right. Nikki?
Hi, I'm Zorith, and I am an elf, and I'm a sorcerer, and just hanging out with my friends. And I have a brother. He's my twin, or he's not my twin. I always do that. I have a brother, and he's off gallivanting in his own world right now, so that's it. So I'm relying on my friends.
All right. Annette?
I'm Tasha. I am a second lieutenant
Second lieutenant.
in the Aecathan army, and I am also a human bard. And I'm doing my best to keep all of these people relatively safe, and also help the army and the city of Aecathan
Armagh.
do the city of Armagh,
Yeah.
to the best of my ability.
And Leslie?
I'm Gwenlaryn, and I'm newest to this group. I started out here as kind of a mistake, a mistake of identity, in that I was thought dead, but I wasn't really. I was instead serving my clan, the Lion Clan. I'm a half-elf ranger, and I have been serving as an elite scout, but since my death was wildly exaggerated, I have since left my post and joined this motley crew so that we can travel together and I can better serve my clan in representing it to the rest of the world.
All right.
Very elegant.
Yes.
Mhm.
The adventure up to this point, most recently, the events described by Leslie all took place in the desert border town of Thunder's Edge. And this group was instrumental in stopping a siege on the city. And Aribelle, Tasha, and Zorith had gone to the city, sort of sidestepping the quest that they were on because they heard about the siege and went to the aid of their friends. Because they had spent some significant time in Thunder's Edge and developed some close friendships with several people there. So afterwards, they decided to return to their main quest, which involved tracking down a legend that said once upon a time in this land, there were actually good dragons. For over a century, this country has been recovering from an event that they call the Shattering, where basically something occurred and the gods were destroyed, magic was destroyed, and it took years for new gods to manifest themselves out of the chaos and for magic to sort of settle back into the world. And the legend comes from before that event. So they're on their way to seek out a group of wandering nomads known as the Sasaran, whose matriarch, Mother Tasha, is an elf reported to be nearly 400 years old. And they believe that if anyone's going to remember if this legend is more than a legend, she's the only person they know who's old enough to have been around and survived the Shattering. So they left Thunder's Edge to continue on their way, and along the way encountered yet another group of bandits. They have been dealing with bandits periodically throughout their entirety of their time as adventurers, on water, on road. This group, however, seemed a little more together, a little more powerful, and they were actually able to capture one and find out where the bandits' camp was. They then tied that person up and said, "Don't go anywhere," and went and found the camp and were able to defeat all of the bandits and rescue a captive that they had held in a cage, a strange little gnome called Sekuthos. And from there, they got back on the road, continued on toward the Duneswatch Tower, which is one of the guard towers, remnants of the pre-shattering world that are still intact. They communicated briefly with the guard at the top of the tower, because the towers are all sealed because the land is under attack from the east, from metallic dragons and the dragon servant orcs that are their foot soldiers. They were told the road was clear to Sandy Cove, which is the destination they named, but they were also warned to watch out for the dinosaur. Mm-hmm. And they actually have heard this dinosaur a couple times along this journey, far, far off in the distance. But the guard at the top of the tower basically said the dinosaur seems to be roaming and hunting, so it's possible that you might encounter it. If you do, probably best to run or hide from it rather than try and fight it, because it is very large and very hungry and very angry. It's hangry. Yeah. So, all right. And that's where we pick up, as this group is, let's see, you had you camped yet for the night? Okay. Then this would be the following morning, and you were going to continue.
Oh, because Sakuthos was talking to the horses, and they were like, shut him the hell up.
Right. Right.
So we let the horses nap just a little bit longer and got everything ready, and I remember that part at least.
Yep.
And we're not too much farther, right, from Sandy Cove? Was it the end of this day, or do we have another day?
Let me look at my map. Probably about a day and a half to the southern edge of the southern stone bridge. So you've got about a day and a half to get to the stone bridge, and then, a couple hours to cross it, and you'll be at Sandy Cove. So you're probably looking at late afternoon, day after tomorrow.
Okay.
So, it's morning. You waited a couple more hours to let the horses actually get some rest without this little gnome talking to them. What would you like to do?
Break our fast and pack up the camp.
Yeah. And give him a horse to sit on, maybe?
Oh, he's fine in the wagon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he doesn't like the horses. He told us that last week.
I
Yes.
didn't remember.
He said they were exceptionally big.
Oh, that's right.
And that scared the crap out of him.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right.
Yep, so we're gonna head on down the trail.
All right. Then I need whoever's on watch to go ahead and make perception checks.
Ooh, thank goodness for advantage. 27.
18.
Ooh, natural 20.
Oh,
Perception 25. It's about as good as I can get.
What is my perception again?
Plus 11. I think it's the same as mine. 11 or 12.
So 25.
25. All right. Well, it's a very clear day. And as you are starting to angle a little bit north and head away from the desert, it's just slightly cooler. It's still warm, but the temperatures dropped probably 4-5 degrees from how hot it was the day before. And the air is actually starting to not feel bone dry. You glance all around, you see nothing but the countryside and the natural flora and fauna that you would expect to see going through the grasslands. At one point, about an hour before lunch, you all heard that roar again.
Mm-hmm.
But
Did it sound
still,
closer?
it sounded quite a ways off.
Mm. But she said that they can run fast, right?
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah, the guard told you it was a little bit like a wagon loaded with rocks. It took a while to get going, but once it was going, it could go very fast.
Mm.
Seems like we would hear it coming, though, if it is that big.
You would think.
We will hope.
Or maybe even feel it coming.
Mm. Okay. Thanks for shadowing, guy.
Happy to be of service. So you hit about midday. What would you like to do? keep going. Stop for lunch.
Let's stop for lunch.
Yeah.
All right. So what?
Oh, sorry. Are we still traveling late? So is it evening instead of midday?
Oh yeah. Sorry, that would have been about an hour before midnight. Yeah. So
Oh yeah, we're traveling at night.
Just wanted to clarify where we were.
yeah.
Right.
So about 1 a.m. You've been going for a good 4 or 5 hours. And you decide to stop for lunch. So, what does that consist of?
It's nighttime, right?
Yeah, probably not a fire.
Mm.
So
Trail rations and... Oh, actually, I can heat stuff up with prestidigitation, so if we wanted something slightly warm, I can do that.
we probably still have some bread,
Yeah, warm up the bread.
Mhm.
dried stuff.
Toasted sandwiches, it sounds like.
Sounds delicious. More like warm, not like toasty. I don't
Yeah.
fire, but
Okay.
that's okay though. That sounds actually quite good right now.
All right. Your charge is asleep in the wagon.
Wake him and offer him.
Something to eat.
What? How early is it? It's still quite dark.
It's the middle of the night.
We travel at night to reduce the sun heat.
Oh. Oh. Well, that actually makes a lot more sense.
Thank you.
All right, I'm up. Ooh. A sandwich.
Yes, would you like one?
He kind of pokes his stomach a little bit. Yes, I think I would like one.
How much control do you have over your own self?
Quite a bit. I'm just not the best at reading the signals sometimes.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah, my senses sometimes are a little wonky. But, I'm most of the time, I'm sort of, getting good at recalibrating.
Good. This is good. All right.
It's always a little disconcerting when, with no warning, someone decides to take over your eyes or your ears.
Indeed.
They can do that?
All evidence would suggest yes.
Wow.
Um,
I don't think I'd like that.
Well,
No.
It's a trade-off.
What do you get out of the bargain?
I'm
Power.
able to do lots of things that I was never able to do before, and occasionally they will actually answer questions.
Is that what you're hoping for?
Uh,
Answers?
well, right now I'm sort of just trying to enjoy the ride. I'm seeing what this world has to offer. And most of the time, if I think it's interesting, they seem to think it's interesting.
So you have more than one patron?
Maybe? It seems to be a collective.
Oh.
So not a god then?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I know a fair bit about the gods of this world, and I don't recall ever learning about one that was a multiform.
So is this of another world then?
Oh, I hope so. I mean, I believe so, yes.
Interesting.
Yes, well, they are that. You can say a lot of things about them, but interesting is definitely near the top of the list.
Do they ever visit this world?
I don't think so. I don't know, but if one thinks logically about this, if they did, they wouldn't find it as interesting as they seem to.
That makes sense.
If they'd been here themselves, they wouldn't be so gung-ho about me going everywhere and seeing and hearing and smelling and tasting and feeling things.
Ever since you were little, or is it fairly new?
Oh, no, this has been going on for a few years. Before that, I worked in a brewery.
How did
Wow.
you come to have them as your patron?
Basically... All right, I'll tell you the real story, not the story I usually tell people when they ask that.
Oh boy.
I got exceptionally drunk one night. And apparently somehow stumbled upon exactly the right thing to say to get their attention.
Oh dear.
And basically the message I had in my head when I woke up was, "You are an entertaining little fellow. Show us your world, and we will share our power with you."
I mean, that's not a lot of effort for a lot of reward.
Well, you would think that, but for someone who basically lived in the same town his entire life, it was a little different.
Right. Interesting. Fun. Well, I'm glad we found you.
Oh, I'm very glad I was found. The most excitement we ever had in Kilcross was when people from the end would come into town and the guards would have to roust them out.
Where is Kilcross? Have I been there?
Oh yeah, that's the first town you went through fleeing where you grew up.
Ah.
So you know exactly what he's talking about. Because that's the next town to the east from Strathsummon's End.
Yes.
Where you spent the unfortunate part of your childhood.
Okay.
Well, I guess we should get going.
So, I'm curious because I've been asleep. What do you do while you're traveling?
Watch.
Yeah.
Make sure that we're not going to be attacked by bandits again. Or
Quietly.
the T-Rex.
Oh,
Yes.
yes, I dreamed about that.
What did you dream?
I was actually sitting on a beach. I was drinking something out of a coconut shell. And then I heard this roar. And then I woke up.
Have you
And then I
seen
went
them
back to
before?
sleep. No. I don't even know what that is. It just sounds... Tyrannosaurus Rex. It sounds terrible. Oh, and they want to see it.
Of course they do. Yeah.
Of course
Well,
they
if
want to
we
see the
run
terrible
across it,
ones.
I'll definitely look at it as I'm running away.
But we're not going to go looking for it so that you have to show them, right?
Hopefully not.
Okay.
All right then. Well, let's get going.
We'd hate for you to have to do that on your own.
I would hate that too. My chances of rejoining you afterwards, I estimate, would be slim to none.
You run very fast.
Yes, and I do
Very
not.
big.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, on our way we go.
You set back off down the road. And go ahead and make your perception checks again.
I'd like to use my primeval awareness.
Okay.
What's that?
It just means that since we're in one of my favored terrains, I should be able to sense up to 6 miles whether there are any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead.
Interestingly enough, actually, you know what? Hold on.
Uh-oh.
This requires me to pull up my ability to send private messages.
I think that's called a Joe talk.
So
Or a Joe
named-
text.
So,
Or a Joe text.
so named after a GM that Annette and I played with for many, many, many years.
For a regular perception check, I rolled a dirty 20.
Okay.
Yeah. I rolled a 21.
28.
17. You're never gonna get good numbers like that from me unless I roll super
It's
high.
okay.
I'm just thankful for advantage. Both rolls we've made, my second die has been a 1.
Ooh.
Egots.
All right. Gwenlaryn, did you get the message?
I did.
Okay.
Hmm?
All right. You continue on your way. Let me go ahead and pull up a little bit more of the map there. As sunrise approaches, you see the sky to the east beginning to lighten.
Okay.
What do you do?
I mean, like, we haven't been like going to bed straight at sunrise. It's not our time, is it?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Let's just keep going for a while.
Late morning, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
We can stop. We can just pass around food, probably.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as you decide to press on longer than you have,
Wait, longer than we have. That I'm just talking about.
No, we've been stopping in late morning.
oh, have you? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want us to press on too hard.
All right. It gets to be about late morning. If you would all give me one more perception check.
Ooh.
Ah.
24.
27.
7.
22.
That's good.
Yeah, I rolled an 18.
Tasha and
23,
Gwenlaryn.
actually.
Mm-hmm.
You hit mid-morning. You decide maybe it's a good time to stop and have some food and then crash for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Gwenlaryn, you smell on the air just the faintest scent of salt.
Smell salt? Are we close to the ocean?
Do I smell salt?
You do not. However, Tasha, you happen to see just at the very edge of what you can make out with your eyes what appears to be a massive, slender stone structure.
Ooh.
It looks like you're actually within a few hours' ride of the stone bridge.
Oh,
And
Stonebridge.
Gwenlaryn, make me a history check, if you would.
Yeah, 21.
21. You remember your geography well enough, once you think about it, to know that Sandy Cove is actually on a bay that also serves as an inlet to the river, to the Great Southern River, which ends up being one of the two rivers that supplies water to Lake Tinassa up in the northwest. So, yeah, you kind of are approaching the ocean.
Idle area.
Yep.
I share this information with the rest of the group.
Ah. Well, that makes sense then.
and we would know how much further than that from. So let's see.
You know that it will take you, with the wagon and the horses, probably an
full
hour
day?
to an hour and a half to cross the stone bridge.
Mm.
But then Sandy Cove is less than half an hour from the edge of the stone bridge.
But
All
what
right.
time is? But what time is it right now? It's late morning, and we've been up.
Yeah, you've been up about 24 hours.
Yeah, it's time to sleep.
Oh yeah, I didn't know it was 24 hours. Okay, yeah, we should stop where we are and get off the way a little bit, and do the dome. Yeah.
Put the dome up and
The shelter up for the horses.
yep.
And where is our passenger? Still in the wagon?
Mm-hmm.
I'll help Aribelle with the horses.
He's been basically just sort of either sitting or standing right behind the seat, just kind of chatting away and watching as you've been traveling and taking everything in.
I cast Tiny Hut.
Okay.
And I move our stuff into the hut.
My timing is off. Was it a full 24? Or was it just 12? Because I don't remember.
It's like
anything.
18.
This is your second full night traveling at night.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
we're tired.
Yeah.
We're gonna head for the hut.
Yeah.
I will take first watch.
Second.
Take third.
Oh. Well then.
All right. Well, whoever's on first watch, please give me a perception check.
I just did. I rolled a 19.
Well,
So
nice.
24.
Woohoo! Good for you.
Yeah. I know. I'm liking that die, but it'll probably get me later.
Wow.
That's
Yeah,
How
law
dice
of
are.
averages.
yeah. That's how dice are.
Your watch passes uneventfully. You do hear the very faint cries of birds that you are familiar with from being in a coastal area. But you can't see them, and the sound is quite far off still.
Right. Okay.
But you do notice, however, that when you do you do your watch from in the hut, or do you go out and wander?
We didn't really talk about it, and I have her shield. Wait, do you get plus stuff with the shield?
Just advantage on your perception.
Oh, well, right on. I'll have to remember that. We would have talked about that. What does everybody else do? Like, I don't know. Nikki has no idea. Like, I would think that you just stay inside the hut because that's where it's safe.
Tasha can't leave the hut, right?
No,
Yeah,
I cannot.
So she's going to watch from inside anyway.
Yep.
So I'll just watch from inside. Does that mean anything different?
No.
Oh, okay.
You do-
made it sound like it
well,
would be different.
There would be additional information if you were outside. That's all.
Is Sekuthos in the hut with us?
Well, for about the first hour, he seems to be absolutely fascinated by the hut itself. And he keeps going out and coming back in, and then going out and picking up various things and tossing them at the hut and watching them bounce off it. It's like he's going through this whole scientific experiment of seeing if any materials will actually go through the hut.
Good lord.
And none of them do.
He is entertaining to me as I watch him. And then if he's not going to sleep, well, I wouldn't talk to him anyway inside because he doesn't seem the most low-key
No.
to whisper
But-
and stuff.
But after about an hour, his curiosity seems sated, and he kind of comes back in the hut and looks around as if he's just realizing that everybody's passed out except for you. And then just kind of pulls off his hooded cloak and kind of nestles himself down into the grass and pulls his cloak over him and passes out.
I just think to myself, that must be such chaos in his brain, and I have chaos in my brain, and I'm the only one in there. Poor thing. I just watch him for a little bit, and poor guy. And then I just kind of keep watch.
Okay. The rest of your watch passes uneventfully.
Excellent. I wake up Tasha.
Okay. "24 perception."
The middle part of the day, you see a few clouds beginning to form overhead, but they're white, fluffy clouds. You do see them occasionally passing in front of the sun, bathing the hut in momentary shade. There's a nice breeze blowing. You can see the grasses sort of undulating in the breeze. Otherwise, uneventful.
Excellent. I wake up Gwenlaryn and Aribelle. And I go back to sleep.
While we're exchanging, I take a moment to talk with her and ask about what she might have observed while she was on watch.
Nothing.
Ta-da!
The Kuthos in or out right now?
In.
I feel like he's a cat. Inside, outside, inside.
Only for that first hour, and then he just curled up
Okay.
and passed out.
So I'm going to roll for watching.
Okay.
The 17.
You get advantage.
I get advantage?
Yep. We pass my shield around it.
Oh, even better then. That is a 25.
25.
Nice.
Same thing as Tasha. You are... Now, do you stay in the hut or do you go out and roam around?
I think I'll just go out and check on the horses, and
Okay.
so I won't go far.
All right. Well, you go out, and you realize it is noticeably cooler. Like, from your first day out of Thunder's Edge, the temperature's probably dropped 12 degrees. So, it's now sort of in the mid-80s Fahrenheit, but with the wind blowing, it's actually quite comfortable.
Nice.
And every time there's a particularly stronger gust, you once again smell sea salt in the air.
Great.
But otherwise, nothing of concern.
Okay, I return to the doorway of the hut and finish my watch there.
All right. Aribelle, what are you doing?
I am doing my prayers.
Okay. You look out while you're getting ready, and actually looks like a decent day.
Stick my hand through the hut.
And you feel that there is a nice steady breeze blowing, and it's definitely cooler than it was.
Sure to thank Torora for the lovely weather when I'm praying.
All right. The watch has come to a close.
They'll wake up. Well, I do. I mean, I see most all.
Time to go, right?
Yeah.
Have something to eat and then hit the road.
Mm-hmm. Need a little something.
Yeah. It's a little cooler. We can actually have some real food.
So, what time is it, though? It's
Let's see. About
Norm-
4 in the afternoon.
okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, like 16-hour days, 8 hours of sleep at night.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. To help my brain figure out what was going on.
And Sekuthos does not wake up until Tasha leaves and the dome disappears. And then only because the wind blows his cloak off him.
Mm.
And then,
Good morning.
oh,
Come on.
Could I show some evening?
hello.
Did you
Hun-
sleep well?
Yes.
It's time to get on the road.
Well, all right. Is there anything I can help with? You've all been so nice to me, and I've just sort of been tagging along. I feel like I should pull my weight.
No, I think you're fine.
All right.
Are you particularly good at cooking?
Let me check.
Sorry. I was just trying to think of something that if you could do it, you could do.
It's not something I have a lot of experience with.
When we get to a place where we can have a good fire and stuff, you'll be treated to a good meal. Maybe
No,
you can help.
It's very seldom I have not had a meal that was good. Because in my line of lifestyle, filling is good. Fuel
Right.
to keep going. That's the more important part of eating. Of course, if it tastes good, that's just, a bonus.
Right. Well, I hadn't get my hand out to help him up into the wagon.
Oh, thank you. You're very kind.
Is there anything that you need from us?
Oh no, you've all been very accommodating. You're my heroes.
Happy to help.
Did you say how long you've been with your patrons?
Oh yes, a few years.
Hmm.
I will say, I've been with them long enough that it's getting a little bit more difficult to find new things that they think are interesting.
Where
But-
are you from before them?
Oh, Kilcross. I grew up in
I think you
Kilcross.
said that.
Yes.
I think you said that.
You were there until a few years ago?
Yes. I was born there. I grew up there. I worked there.
And what about your parents?
Oh, they've both passed on at this point.
Hmm.
Were they from Kilcross too?
I think so.
You're
I
not
know.
sure.
No. My memory's a little spotty since I got so many other people in my head.
What did your parents do?
Well, my father was also a brewer. I basically just started up with the family business. My mother was a healer. She specialized in herbal remedies.
That's
And
exciting.
she was very much loved by the community.
How did they meet?
You best know the background of your characters, Jeff.
Nope, that memory's gone.
Well. I'm sure it was a romantic tale.
I do know that they were both very young. They were married for quite some time.
What was the name of your brewery? I've traveled to Kilcross often.
Oh, you would ask me about a city I haven't fleshed out yet. Damn you, Pam!
Aren't we headed there?
Kilcross? No,
at
you're
the
headed to
very
Sandy
top.
Headed
Cove.
to Sandy Cove.
Oh, Kilcross is the top.
No, but Aribelle's husband is from Kilcross. So her in-laws live there. Wiggy's from Kilcross as well.
You'd really think I'd have fleshed it out by now then, huh?
I mean, sure.
Oh, wow, it's not even in my list of places. Well,
Oh,
that's
dear.
Guess you get to make one up.
that's a major,
Faux pas.
major faux pas on my part. It's not even
Plot hole.
We
listed.
haven't had to go there yet. So
Right. And it's like only one of 3 or 4 places left to actually be
Flushed out.
fleshed
we haven't
out.
gone
So
yet. We haven't gone that road yet.
no.
That
No.
is funny.
About as close as you've gotten, you've gone to Hills Watch. Like you've gone through Hills Watch to get to Dark Coast, and you've been up the west to Greenboro. Or no, you knew somebody from Greenboro.
Yes,
Yeah, Vines.
Vines, our druid friend.
Yes.
One of our good friends from Thunder's Edge also grew up in Kilcross, and he's quite fond of brewed drinks. I'm sure he's heard of it.
What is his name?
Wigilliam? Gosh, and what's Wiggy's last name?
Just Wigilliam.
No, I got it. I got it.
He
I
just
got
told us the other day. Tasha knows. when he introduced him.
Cobblewick.
Oh, goodness.
Cobblewick.
Cobblewick.
Cobblewick. Cobblewick. That sounds familiar. Cobblewick.
He might have gotten in trouble a lot. He can drink. Really, a lot.
Wait a minute. You don't mean Jaden and Wilthine's boy?
Oh, we don't know his parents' names. Sorry.
I hope so. Do you know anything that we...
He's in Thunder's Edge.
Yeah.
I'm sure they would like to know that.
Oh. Maybe.
They have absolutely no idea where he went. If that's who you're talking about. He
might not be.
He just
It might not be the
disappeared one
same.
night.
Might not
They
be
looked
the
for
same
him for
person.
months.
Well, we probably don't want to tell them that he's in Thunder's Edge in case it's not him.
Yeah.
Yeah. We might, because we don't know what Wiggy's parents' names are.
Yeah. We don't know it's the right people.
So it might not be the right person.
He could have stolen the real Wigillium's identity and is just using it.
Well, that's true too, I suppose. There's a thought.
We'll have to follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, my father's place is called the Windcross Inn. It's very easy to find. It's the only windmill in town.
Have I heard of that?
Yes.
Okay.
I presume I've heard of it.
Yes. It's unique in the fact that it's an inn and a tavern and a grain mill.
Wow. All the things.
So they actually process the grains they use to make their beer.
That is quite unusual.
Oh, that's fancy.
So it was your father's, and you've left. Who runs it now?
Oh, my uncle.
Is he nice?
Define nice.
I'm gonna say no then.
Your uncle is your father's brother, then.
Yes.
Did your mom have any siblings? Any other aunts and uncles?
Or Jeff?
Well, don't give us a character that we are curious about.
I know. She did have one sister, but that sister died when she was a child, I think. I think.
That's terrible.
Did she teach you any of her healing abilities?
No. I have a black thumb when it comes to living things.
Oh,
I've never been able to keep plants alive or find the right combinations of herbs. And my brain just never worked that way.
dear me.
So what is your specialty?
Oh, brewing. I was actually quite good at distilling the stronger alcohols from the grains.
Really?
Yes. In fact, unless my Uncle Beckett has done something stupid, they're still serving my vodka. The recipe that I created.
Wow. Well, I hope somebody to be able to try some of your concoctions.
Oh, would you like to?
Certainly.
And he pulls his shoulder bag around and opens it up and reaches down. You can see he's reaching around. Stuff gets to the bottom and pulls out a brown bottle with a cork.
Hmm.
And what is this?
This is the vodka. You don't think I'm going to make something this good and leave it behind, do you?
That makes good sense. Well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's actually probably about 5
It's
o'clock
actually
now.
close to 5 o'clock
Right?
now.
That's funny.
He kind of finds a place in the grass and sits it down and then reaches in and pulls out a little tiny metal cup. It's dented and looks like it's been well traveled, but is that a little bit of water that I could wash this out with?
Hand him the canteen.
Okay.
Yeah.
He just pours a little in it and hands it back, and then cups it and shakes it around and dumps it out, and then takes the bottle and pours a little bit in and says, "Here," and hands it to Gwenlaryn.
I just hold it and say thank you.
Are you gonna try it?
You first. After all, you made it.
Oh, certainly. And he just kind of puts his head back and takes the bottle and just holds it above his lips and just goes, "Ha." You see this clear liquid pour out, and he just, ah. Oh,
I
it's one of the few things I've ever done in my life that I'm proud of.
I lift it and smell the beverage. Does it have a discernible smell?
It smells ever so slightly like pine.
So gin.
No, because it's very, very faint.
You know, as delicious as this smells, and I'm sure it would taste wonderful, I realize that I need to keep a sharp eye out for that Tyrannosaurus Rex, and that if I drink this, I may be too impaired to keep us safe.
Oh, you flatter me. It's not that strong.
But I'm such a lightweight when it comes to drinking alcohol.
Oh,
As a
Oh.
scout, I rarely drink because it helps me to keep my senses sharp to refrain from drinking alcohol.
well, that sounds dreadful. But I'm certain that you have your reasons. Would anyone else like to try it?
I'll wait for now. Maybe later. Sounds good though.
It smells delightful.
Tasha?
Oh, I'm gonna refrain too. Maybe when we stop for the night.
All right. And he takes it back and then just carefully pours it back into the bottle. Tucks it back down in his bag.
Thank you for your kind offer to share.
Oh, yes, anytime. You see, there's a minor enchantment on the bottle. It's never empty.
That's a handy enchantment to have.
Well, I knew I was going to be traveling, and I don't get back home very often.
So,
So-
however much you put in, it just never runs out of whatever that is.
Yes. Well, it's specific to my vodka. That's the only thing that it produces.
Well, wonderful. Where did you find such an enchanted item?
Oh, no, I had a local wizard do it for me.
In Kilcross?
Yes.
I didn't know there were powerful wizards there.
Well, he's not that powerful. Although he likes to make airs that he is the marvelous Mephisda.
Aribelle, have you heard of Mephisda?
Have I heard of him, Jeff?
Make a history check.
Okay.
Because this is not somebody that your husband would have had call to traffic with a lot, so...
Right, he was a traitor.
Yeah.
D, not with a bad traitor.
Right.
History.
A cartier.
15.
You think maybe you remember your husband relating a story that had this Mephisda in it, but other than that, you don't really key in on the name at all.
Vaguely familiar, but not any details. Maybe a story once.
Well, we best get settled then.
Mm-hmm.
Get on the road.
All right. You continue along your way, and within a couple hours, you reach the southern edge of the southern stone bridge. It's probably a couple hours before sunset, and there's no traffic. There's no one else on the bridge.
I mean, we haven't encountered anybody anyway. So it's just kind of more of the same right now. With the bandits, maybe less people are.
And the siege.
In the siege. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no reason to not cross it, right?
Right.
No.
We have to cross it to get over. I mean, like, let's just go.
Okay.
Yeah.
And,
Scout out ahead.
okay.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good.
So I will hurry across the bridge, keeping sharp eye on all sides, above and below.
All right. You see the rushing waters leading out into the great southern bay. And once you hit the top of the crest of the bridge, you start to see the outskirts of Sandy Cove. And you start to see, as it gets on towards sunset, lights coming on. Fires being lit, lanterns being turned on. And you eventually make your way across the bridge, and within half an hour, right about the time the sun is setting, you roll into Sandy Cove.
Nice.
Very good.
End up in Sandy Cove. All right, describe us Sandy Cove. Is there a gate outside? Is there a wall? Is it just
No.
roll up on the city? It's just a city.
It's a fishing village, really. It's kind of a slightly larger than normal fishing village.
Okay.
And you see there are docks along the southern edge of the city. There are docks along the eastern edge of the city. There's only one road into the city coming from your direction. And you see that as you roll in, just a little ways into town, the main road turns north again, headed up toward Prairie's Watch.
That's where we'll head out when we leave, right? We have to go up and around, is that right?
No.
Oh.
You have to go back across the stone bridge and then follow the coast south-southeast.
Right. Sorry. Got it.
So we have to go back. Well, I didn't remember that, apparently. Dang
That's
it.
right. It's the coast south of Sandy Cove. by
Yes.
the- Okay. But we were just coming to Sandy Cove to restock and...
Were we? I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
Yep. You see lots of townsfolk walking around. You see a couple people that look like they could be town guards. But it's all very peaceful. Seems
It's
very very friendly.
very small, right? You said?
Yes.
What's our friend's name?
Aaron and Osmond
We know their last name?
Fellas.
We see a guard, you said?
You think so?
Kind of wave and get his attention.
Hello?
Hello. Do you know Osmond Fellis?
Was this a joke?
No?
Let me guess. You just come in from out of town?
Yes.
Haha. Yeah, I know the mayor.
He's the mayor? He did not tell us he was the mayor.
Well, he just got elected about 3 weeks ago.
That's wonderful. We met him and Aaron when his son was going to school. When they...
Oh. A small world. Huh.
So we thought perhaps we'd look him up while we were here.
Oh. Well, yeah. You can find him at the Eyetower. I mean, that's the mayor's residence. But, I mean, it's dinner time. He's probably at the Princess.
Oh, could you direct us to the princess?
Oh, yeah, no problem. Let me figure out where you probably are. Okay,
I'm
so you're
surprised
probably
we
at
don't
that.
have a fancy map yet.
It's a tiny little fishing village. I could give you a map, but it's not going to do you much good.
Oh, I thought. I'm sorry.
Go down 3 houses and hang a right.
It says it's the fishing village, but then you said larger than normal. To me, would require. I didn't know. Sorry.
So it's got 10,000 people in it instead of 5.
Or it's got 10
500.
people instead of 5. Yeah.
Well, hang on a second. I will give you a map.
You don't have to. I was just saying. I don't know. I thought you might have had one.
I do. I just hadn't bothered to put it in Roll20 yet. Because, tiny
You
little
thought-
village.
You thought we were going to actually look at our notes previously and not go over the bridge and go the way we were supposed to at first? Who are you?
I think we always said we were going to go to Sandy Cove, though.
I don't know. I didn't know that.
So we
Sorry.
wanted to see Osmond.
Yeah.
We can sleep at the Princess.
Oh,
Maybe.
yeah.
Sounds good to me.
I'm assuming. I think we had said Aribelle's been here once on a vacation.
Super cute. Look at Sandy Cove.
Yeah, it's teeny.
Is the Princess the inn?
Yes,
We came in from this direction, right?
correct.
Okay.
Where's me picture? That's not the picture
That would be
I
the
wanted.
last chance we have to sleep in a real bed for a while.
Yeah. Let's see. Dark Coast Keep? No. Kilcross.
All right. So, The guard says, basically just turn right here and go south, and after about a block you'll see it.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Nice to meet friends of the mayor's.
He's the mayor. That's hilarious.
That's so cool.
How did that happen?
So anyhow, quick story, and then I tell her that we met. I don't know. I've probably been talking to her this whole time, but we met Aaron and Osmond. She was going to school. Kind of made friends with him. Sent him on his way with our good wishes. Oh yeah, we met him in the tower.
Well, no, we met him before the tower.
No, just recently.
Oh yeah,
but she wasn't there for that either.
Well, you saw Aaron in the tower.
Yeah.
Right, but she wasn't there for that either.
No.
I forget.
Right.
Gwenlaryn wasn't there for any of that.
Osmond is a widower.
Didn't we save them from like bandits or something?
No,
No, I think we just
You
you just
Had dinner with
you
them
just happened to stop at the same crossroads
Oh, okay.
where a
on
bunch
the
of other people
opposite
were
side of the
camping.
bridge.
Yeah, this was before you met the Sasaran.
Yeah.
Right.
after we left Costed's Wave.
Correct. All right. Well,
very-
you follow the directions, I assume,
Yes.
and make your way. This is the intersection where you talk to the guard.
Should turn right.
You turn right, and this is the building that he was sending you to. And you see it's got a rather interesting sign. There is a cloaked figure in green, down on one knee, holding his hand out, and in his hand is the hand of a beautiful woman.
Wow.
What is the name of it?
You don't know.
What is
Oh.
the name? What is the name of the what? The building?
Shop.
Yeah,
The
It-
princess, right?
that's
what
it,
called
he
it.
called it the princess, and you. There's just that sign. There's no.
No words,
Writing.
just a sign.
Just a
Okay.
picture.
Well, let's go in.
Why not?
All right. You head in the door, and you see it's a simple timber and brick building, an orange shingled roof. The hedges outside are a little overgrown. It looks like somebody hasn't dealt with them in a while. Inside, however, it's a warm atmosphere. It's a little smoky. You see several people with pipes. You see a dark wood bar, lots of tables and chairs, most of them full. At the far end of the room, there's a large hearth, and standing beside the hearth is a beautiful golden harp. Behind the bar, you see a rather tall, muscular woman, loose pants and a collared shirt beneath long chestnut brown hair.
Human?
Yes.
I'm writing as fast as my little fingers will fly. Everybody on stream is like, God, all we ever see is the top of Nikki's head. Be like, I know, I'm trying to take the notes. The notes.
And you look around the room. There are a couple tables that are empty. A couple people look up as you come in and just kind of, give you the "who are these strangers" kind of hairy eyeball, and then go back to eating or drinking or talking or whatever they're doing.
Make our way to one, I guess.
Do we see Osmond?
Make an investigation check.
Should I?
Are we
Yeah,
all-
you should.
If you're looking for Osmond.
Yeah.
Investigation, right?
Yes.
Well, 15. That's not too bad for me. I don't think. I mean, unless he's hiding.
20. Dirty 20.
17.
All right. Tasha's the first to spot him. He's across the room, over by the hearth. You can see he's sitting in such a way that you can actually, when you couldn't see him at first, but when this person leaned over to talk to someone else, they moved out of the way, and you can see his profile as he's just sitting there. Looks like he's eating a bowl of stew.
Okay. I say, he's right over there.
We walk over
A
there.
table
Yeah.
near there?
No.
Yeah, he's sitting. He's sitting. If I may channel waitress speak, he's sitting at a foretop. But there's a table next to it where there's only 2 people at a foretop, so there could be a chair dragged over from that table.
Right. Lovely. And Sakuthos is with us, right? He's
Yep.
just being quiet and hanging out and
He's looking at everything and everyone, just
got it.
taking it all in. And as you start moving across the room, you don't notice for a minute that you've gone this way and he's gone this way. He's headed for the harp.
Oh.
I go after him,
Yeah, I do too. I follow him.
and I say, that is a very expensive instrument.
Oh, yes, I know. It's beautiful. That's why I
And-
wanted to look at it closer.
Yes, but you shouldn't touch it.
Oh, I wasn't planning on it. I don't play.
All right.
Not a toddler, right?
I don't know. I mean,
I
All right,
know
maybe.
that's
Maybe.
the most expensive thing in this room.
in this town, probably.
And I do not want him to break it.
Well, let's find out.
Oh, Jesus.
Tasha, make an intelligence check. Just a straight D20, add your intelligence bonus.
21.
You do a quick look around the room and then look again at this harp.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe barely, but the closer you get, the more it's easy to see that this is a gold-painted harp.
All right. Well, then I feel a little better. And I leave him alone. And I go back to the group.
Okay.
Osmond is a table near the hearth, so we're probably
Yep.
getting close.
Yeah.
We can catch his eye.
Oh no, you turn back around and you see him. He's on his feet and he's smiling.
Yay!
And he says, "Well, well, I never would have thought to see you here in my town. Oh, it is very nice to see you all again. Please, won't you join me?"
I curtsy and say mayor.
I'm still getting used to that.
And then give him a hug and then sit down.
Oh, it is so nice to see you. I know that you've been up to look in on my boy. He wrote me and told me. That was very kind of you.
Well, we just happen to be there.
Oh. These are our friends Gwenlaryn and
Oh.
Skutho.
A pleasure to meet you. And
And you.
and who is the other one? Oh, is that the one up at the harp?
Yes.
Ah. Well, it is eye-catching. I can't fault him for that.
Okay.
But please, pull up a couple chairs and have a seat. Have you eaten?
No.
Oh. Well, they have They have several different things here that might interest you. I'm having the lamb stew. It's very good. But they also, what did she say they had tonight? Steamed mutton and boar soup with greens.
I will just is the barmaid also like coming for us, or do we need to go to her? Or
You see a young man headed your direction.
waiter? Excuse me, waiter.
Hello,
Awesome.
Mayor. Are these friends of yours? Will they be joining you tonight? Yes, lad, they will. And they are friends of mine, so please treat them well. Oh, of course, I can do that. I've even practiced. Yes, you're getting very good at that, actually. Thanks.
I look at him if it's my time, and I say I'll take the lamb stew.
Do you want the glass of whiskey that normally comes with it, or do you want something else?
Whiskey sounds fine.
Okay. And, what do the rest of you want?
I'll have the same.
Okay.
I'll have the stew and an ale.
Okay. We also have some fresh cider.
Oh, I prefer that.
Okay.
Try the soup with the greens and just some tea for me, please.
Okay. I think we can do that.
Thank you.
And one more. Well,
And whatever. Kuthos.
yeah, we'll come back for his once he comes back to our table. We'll figure out what he wants.
Oh, there's one more? Okay. Yeah. I'll keep an eye out, and when that last chair's filled, I'll come back.
Okay.
He's a good boy. That's Sybil's son. It's his
Sybil-
first. Yes, the owner's name is Sybil Watson,
Ah,
the woman behind the bar.
What's his name?
Tyrion.
So how did you come to become mayor?
Well, it's an interesting tale, actually. The old mayor passed away.
Sorry.
Well, he had been ailing for some time, and when the town council announced that they were looking for someone to fill his shoes, I was nominated. It's not something I ever sought, but apparently if you live somewhere long enough and you don't make too many people angry, eventually they want you to run things.
Well,
Right.
might be nice to keep yourself busy with Aaron off at school.
Yeah, well, there is that. And having a son studying at the tower certainly was not a deficit for people considering whether I would be a good mayor or not.
thing.
I think you're fine, probably.
Well, they perceived that because Aaron is there, I could call upon them should we suddenly become in dire need.
They
Oh.
anticipate being in dire need anytime soon.
We've been getting reports of what's been happening in Thunder's Edge, and people here are also a little on edge, if you'll pardon the pun.
Well, I mean, it was just a little bit of Jagravaran, nastiness, but it's taken care of.
Wait, it's taken care of?
The siege is over.
For right now.
Well, I think there's a story there. Once you've eaten and had something to drink, I would appreciate hearing it.
Oh, certainly.
And he turns to Gwenlaryn. And how did you get wrapped up with this fascinating group of women?
Well, they sort of adopted me
Yeah,
in an odd way.
They do that. I've had that experience as well.
I was in a situation where my death had been greatly exaggerated, and I essentially lost my old job and got this one. So I'm traveling with them and representing my clan as I seek out new opportunities.
I like it.
Fascinating. And you are from Thunder's Edge?
I am. I was their scout.
Ooh. That is very interesting.
And now I'm something else.
Well, as it turns out, he's something else too.
That is true. And you hear a voice say, "Oh, but who isn't something else these days? Hello, I'm
And what else
Sekuthos."
are you?
Uh, well, right now I'm hungry.
Mm.
They have lamb stew, steamed mutton, and boar soup. When the waiter comes back, you can order.
Oh, hello, I'm Sekuthos. Hello, Sekuthos. I am Osman.
He's the mayor.
Oh, wow, you know very important people, don't you? Oh, well, mayor of a small fishing village, I'm not certain how important that is, but, And what are you eating? Can I ask? It smells wonderful. Oh, this is the lamb stew. Oh, then I would like the lamb stew, please.
Okay.
We've all made the same selection.
Well, almost all.
Yes.
Nearly.
Aribelle.
Yes.
And Tyrion comes back shortly with the drinks and takes Sekuthos' order and then disappears. And Osmond says, "When last I heard from Aaron, he was telling me that he had actually mastered two, what did he call them?
Spells?
No. It was a word I
Cantrips?
didn't know. That, yes, that word. I didn't know that word.
It's
What?
like a low level, so it doesn't require a lot of power, and it's easy to do under in the heat of battle, or within not really needing to concentrate as much.
I
Good
see.
stuff. It's starter stuff. It's great. It's what everything else is built on.
Oh, well,
She's very right.
very, very encouraging.
Yeah, we just saw him last week. Has it been 2 weeks? Has it been
Maybe.
3 weeks?
Probably 2 weeks.
Because I know
Yeah.
we stopped in, but we just the latest time we just went by real quick. So
Yeah, the time before that is probably 2-3 weeks back.
a couple weeks back.
Seems to
He
be
was doing-
enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what he said. He said he had mastered light, which I assume just means that, he's able to conjure up a mage light. But he also mentioned something called firebolt.
A handy spell to have.
That doesn't sound peaceful.
Not really.
No, but it comes in handy if you have to defend yourself.
Well, I suppose that's a good thing. It just worries me to think of Aaron being in a situation where he would need to defend himself, but I suppose all fathers worry about their sons.
They do.
Well, most of them, yes.
Hold on one second here. I'm trying to get to my character sheet. I accidentally closed it down, and so now I'm trying to get back up to it.
Zora uses firebolt quite a bit. don't you?
That's what I was looking for. I do use firebolt, and it is, yeah, it's a nice beginning.
Foundation.
Yeah, foundation. It is. It definitely is.
When do they generally make the decision whether or not they will train you to be a full spellcaster?
I would know that.
Yeah, you would know. You, at least in the Sorcerer's Tower, you had to master at least 3 cantrips. If you could do that in the time that you were given, they considered you to have sufficient talent to warrant full training.
And that's what I tell him then.
Okay.
So he's well on his way.
Oh, well, that's very good. I wonder what the third will be.
Hopefully prestidigitation. It's very handy.
Really? What how do you say that again?
Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation. And what does it do?
A few things, right, Zori?
Yeah.
Yep. It's mostly a lot of kind of, I don't want to say flowery things, but it's a magical trick that, you know, you kind of use for practice to keep you your skills going. You can heat stuff and cool stuff. You can
Clean things up.
yeah, clean things up, like you know, all the dust from the road, and I pat myself, and I use prestidigitation, and
Oh.
Very handy to always have hot beverages on the road.
I imagine so. That's... You would think that some wizard would hire themselves out as an alternative to a laundress.
actually maybe
If that's the only spell you end up with, then yes.
is there a candle on the table?
Yeah.
I snuff out the candle and then I bring it back. Just little things that can be helpful sometimes from across the room if you don't want to get up and light your candle.
So, almost a magical toolbox.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
To a certain extent, yes.
That I understand. At this point, Tyrion brings the food and brings the cider that Sekuthos requested. Well, I've kept you talking long enough. Tuck in. We'll have plenty of time to talk.
Does the inn fill up quickly? Do you think they have rooms?
Oh, believe me, they have rooms. We have had little in the way of out-of-town travelers in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, between the reports of bandits on the road and the siege in Thunder's Edge. No one's coming this direction.
Oh, we took care of some of the bandits too.
Some of.
My goodness, I'm going to have to see about a reward.
Having dinner with you is plenty.
Indeed. Indeed.
What?
And I'm trying to think of some way that if you really needed us, you could just contact us.
If anybody,
You know,
oh, go ahead.
Do you have any mages or bards here in town that can send a sending spell?
Let me think on that while we eat.
All right.
And then you can meet with them, Tasha, and then they will know you and they can send you a message. That's excellent. Very smart. What is this place called? The guard referred to it as the Princess, but I wasn't sure by the sign.
The Ranger's Princess is the full name.
Aw. That's adorable.
Is Sybil the princess?
No, and don't suggest that to her. She's a bit feisty.
Well, princesses can be feisty.
Yes, she's a bit feisty when someone accuses her of being a princess.
I see.
Excellent. And as we're eating, just kind of bringing up casual conversation and just chit-chatting and about, well, the things that we're talking about. How's Sakuthos doing?
He's fine. He's just happily eating his stew and drinking the cider and listening to everything and looking at the other people and...
Okay.
Does Tyrion come back by as we're eating?
Yeah, he comes back just to check and make sure everything's to everyone's liking.
It's very good. We are gonna need some rooms for the evening, if that can be arranged.
Really? That's
5.
great.
If you have them.
Oh, we have them.
Well then,
I'll go tell my mom. I mean, the owner.
Figure we could share, but since they've been without business,
yeah. I mean, we can take at least 3 rooms,
Sure.
and then we can split up.
we'll just
We'll
get
do
5.
5.
All right.
Sakuthos can have his own.
Yeah, we'll just all have our own rooms and
All right.
Oh,
give them a little
okay. That's fine. I don't suppose I'll spend a whole lot of time in it. But
Well, don't wander off too far.
oh no, don't worry, I won't. But I will need to go, take in the sights, as it were.
Well, don't forget to rest.
Oh, I won't.
Okay.
That's one thing I made very clear to them in the very beginning was there's a certain amount of time that I need to have my eyes closed and blinking doesn't count.
Or else they don't get to participate in the day because you're going to be unconscious. I got it.
Exactly. It took a while to get them to understand that, but now they do, and so I make a point of it.
Excellent.
As you sit there, you see Tyrion run up and excitedly he's saying something, and he looks over and points back at the table, and you see Sybil kind of look up and go, and says something to him, and he scurries off to go take care of another table. Now that I think about it, I think she'll be closed by the time we're done eating, but perhaps in the morning. We could go and visit Rosalind. She runs the Radiant Blossom, which is the apothecary here in town. And I do believe that she first made her living as a traveling entertainer, so it might be that she has the magical abilities to...
She might be a bard.
Yes. That's what I'm hoping. Because other than that, we could always talk to Mother Addington, but I'd rather not.
All right.
She runs the local Temple of Eidos here.
Oh, how much does that cost?
Too much.
Mm-hmm. We've come across a couple of those.
Yes.
Not my favorite.
No, but when one worships the god of commerce, you would sort of expect that sort of thing, I guess.
I do.
And when your town relies on fishing commerce, I suppose it's not a bad thing
Fishing commerce and travelers. So, it's not been the best beginning of a mayoral administration. The fact that a week in, our traveler income dried up.
Well, it's really not your fault that there are dragons and Jagratharan and
Orcs.
bandits.
and orcs.
And orcs.
Yes. Did we tell you about the orcs and the dragons?
And then we
You
do.
see him just, and
Yes.
the blood drains.
Well, I mean, we did kill them.
The orcs, not the dragon.
All of them?
All of the orcs?
On
All
the
of the ones that we came across on the ship. Absolutely.
No one is.
It was
They wouldn't.
north of Arima. They weren't
The-
anywhere close to here.
Yes. It was a wise way.
But still, no one's seen them in over a century or close to a century. It's been I don't know. But it's been a long time, and now they're back.
Things are rough.
It's getting to be interesting times.
That's not exactly how I would look at it.
Sandy Cove is lucky to have you. You're capable, intelligent.
It's not me that I'm worried about, my dear.
Yes.
And
Well-
Aaron is safe at the tower.
He's in the perfect place.
He
For
is.
now.
They're well, okay, so
But if they're coming back, I remember the last time, or the stories that were handed down
If they're
About-
as
coming
do
back,
I.
about
there's no safe place.
about how they sent every magic-capable person they had to fight, even the students who were just beginners, because they were that desperate. If that happens again, that means my Aaron is going to be fighting orcs and dragons.
Well, I am happy to say that this is one of the main things that we're working on. We are trying to find new allies that will be strong enough to help us, and by us I mean the whole continent, with this problem.
My. So, what you're saying is there's hope.
There's always hope.
Well, were it anyone else, I would question that, but given that it's you, all of you,
And we have managed to dispatch a lot of them. We've dealt with the Jagravans, we've dealt with the bandits, and we've dealt with some orcs. So I know that it is possible to dispatch of such things.
my. You have come a long way from that crossroads, have you not?
You really have.
Yeah, we've learned a lot.
And you really think that you can convince these
Allies.
new allies to help us?
Well, we certainly hope so. Only time will tell.
Well, I wish you all the luck the gods can send.
Thank you. Who is the god of luck? Just out of character.
Probably the person who that would fall to. Let's see. Probably Costas,
Okay.
because he's the chaotic good god of trickery.
Okay.
So I think that's probably the closest there is in the Aecathan mythology.
Ah. Well, here's hoping.
You see Sybil walk from behind the bar, drying off her hands on a towel as she walks over. Osmond? Sybil? The food was wonderful, as always.
It was excellent. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now, I'm told that your friends would be needing rooms.
Yes, ma'am, we will.
Excellent. How many?
One apiece.
5.
Very well. Best rooms in the house. I can do that because we've no one staying here at the moment, so you'll have your pick. But, yes. Standard cost, including the morning meal, is 4 silver.
All right.
I hand her a platinum piece.
Whoa, I think I can break this.
Don't worry about it. I know things have been difficult with the siege and lack of travel. I hope this helps.
And she just kind of looks at Osmond like, what am I supposed to do with this? And Osmond says, this is Lady Aribelle, Paladin of Torora. If she is offering you aid, she is in earnest. Oh. Well, I thank you, lady. That's very kind of you. And, much appreciated.
So it's a few silver for the meal, and the room can be accomplished with the gold. And I hand her a gold. And I go, oh, Sakuthos, I'll get yours too. And I hand her another gold.
And I say, oh no, it's catching.
And she's like, the platinum will cover everything, really.
Oh, now you're not going to try to give me my money back, are you?
She looks at Osmond, and Osmond just kind of goes, just smile at your good fortune, dear.
Can I have another ale, please? All of this giving away of money is giving me a headache.
Absolutely, and I think I'm going to pour one for myself, too.
I'd like another cider, and I flip out a platinum piece and say, if this will cover it.
No, enough.
Stop it.
Please.
Don't be like them. They're a bad example.
I slap one into her hand anyway.
I'm just gonna lean over and I'm gonna say, you can leave it on the pillow in the morning.
One way or another, this stays here.
Right. I'll bring your keys back and your drinks.
Until we tip Tyrion, he's not even going to know what to do.
Don't tip that boy. He won't know what to do with it.
I will not give the boy a platinum. He will not know what to do.
No, please do not do that. Please.
Funny.
A gold piece.
Oh, a silver. Give him a silver.
Tasha.
Shut up.
Aribelle.
What are you even talking about?
And
Shh.
you see Sakuthos is just... watching these conversations.
We came into a lot of... I say quietly.
We came into a lot.
We came into a lot of money. What else am I going to do with it?
Well, you could donate some to a lovely church of your choice.
Well, I will obviously tie the good portion of it back to Torora, but
This gets straight to the people who need it.
yeah. I mean, they've been without business.
But if we give too much, we will get robbed, and then we will have to hurt people because you gave too much.
I mean,
Well, I don't
yes, but we're
I
not
don't think
stupid.
Sybil's gonna rob us, so
You don't know that. You don't know any of these people.
We know Osmond.
Yes.
And I
one
know,
person.
and I know Sybil, and Aribelle is correct.
Well, that's good, but when we go to places where we don't know anybody, if we give out this much money, it could really cause a lot of strife for the people that we kill, because they come after us for the money that we have.
I'll trust Tarara will tell me when I shouldn't.
Ooh.
I mean,
And at the same time, Aribelle, I must say, Tasha is not altogether wrong.
we
You
know
should
that.
be a bit more circumspect. There is obviously time for charity, but some charity should be done privately.
If we leave it quietly in the room when we leave, we are still accomplishing what you want to accomplish without causing too much stress and strife.
Okay.
I also have to say she seemed a little uncomfortable.
You're wise to note such things.
Oh, I pay attention to everything I see. An occupational hazard.
All right. I finished my meal, and I think I'm gonna head up.
Well, Tyrion comes
tell-
back over with the second round of drinks and hands you out the keys. And starts
excellent.
clearing away the dishes that you're done with.
Thank you. You did a very good job.
Oh, thanks.
I enjoyed the cider a great deal as well.
I like that too. We don't get it often, but we have some right now, so, you came at the right time.
And the whiskey is good.
So I'm told. I'm not allowed.
Yeah. Too young. You'll be old enough for whiskey soon enough.
Much sooner than your mother would like.
And it causes nothing but headaches sometimes.
Yes.
I've seen that. And then the puking.
Yes. That definitely
Some
can
people
happen.
can't hold their liquor.
Yeah. I know, I've had to clean it up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well,
That is
Low-
the worst job.
low man in the pecking order.
That's funny.
But
So
it was nice to see you again, Mayor. Nice to meet all of you. He picks the tray up and heads back off with it.
we fill Osmond in on our adventures in Thunder's Edge.
Oh,
He asked right after dinner if we would tell him.
fascinating. So you are all 4 members of the Lion Clan now.
I guess.
Yeah, technically.
And what does that do for you exactly?
Well, it got us a house at Thunder's Edge, and we're getting our own summoning circle.
Gives you family.
It does give you family.
Also, we are a clan,
Hmm.
which I have never been with anything, ever.
It's fascinating. I don't know as much about the clan structure of the government in Thunder's Edge as I apparently should.
Well, she would know the most about that.
So he, over the next 20 minutes or so, kind of peppers you with questions about the clan structure and, who's the ruling clan and how did they get to be ruling clan and, when the title of ruling clan changes hands and how many different clans there are and all the stuff that you grew up with, so really well. And he's fascinated, but it also it's clear it seems a little bit foreign to him.
We actually learn a lot too.
Well, I will admit I'm really not familiar with a clan-structured government. But I can see how it would work. But do you not ever have clan members who do not hold up to their honor, or...
Such things are not really tolerated.
Oh, I see.
Everything is based on the honor of the clan. So those who do not adhere to those tenets do not last in the clan.
And if one behaves suitably dishonorably, what is done to that person?
They would be judged by the leaders of the clan, and if found wanting, if they were lucky, they would leave and never return. And if they were less lucky, or if their crime was suitably severe, then their punishment would be death.
Mm. I'm beginning to see how such a system of government might be better.
Are there some that you wish to see dead?
Well, there are a couple I wouldn't mind turning out of town.
Ooh.
Someone causing problems?
Well, as I might have given you the impression earlier, I do not exactly see eye to eye with the matron of the Eidosian Church here in Sandy Cove. I dislike seeing people in need turned away simply because they are poor.
Are there other church in this town? Chapels?
Yep, too far. Hold on. I'm getting back there. Well, we do have a temple to Torora. But there are some things that the Eidosian Church seems to always have that sometimes the Tororan Church does not. One would imagine, I don't know for certain, but one would imagine that the Eidosian Church spends a great deal of their time creating things to sell. Whereas the Tororan Church spends a great deal of time in the community trying to help. So when it comes to purchasable items, their stores are usually much smaller.
So what I hear you saying is there is a Tororan church in town.
Yes.
Aha.
I don't know what that means, and I look over at it and I said, what did you say the matron of the church's name was?
Oh, the Eidosian Church?
Mother
Yeah.
Abigail.
Where is it? Mother Addington.
Oh,
Her name
Addington.
is Heather Addington.
Well,
Oh, I'll have to find my way to the temple in the morning.
I much prefer Shepherd Zelosiant.
is that the Torora?
Yes. Berel Zelosiant.
Have I heard that name?
Make a history check.
Ooh, natural 20.
Ooh.
25.
Natural 20. You have heard of her. She was probably... Her last year in the Sanctum was probably your first year in the Sanctum. But beautiful, blonde-haired, fair-skinned, green-eyed elven woman who everyone was impressed with. She was apparently as kind as she was beautiful, and clearly enjoying Torora's blessing. And she was basically the top of her class and was given her choice of postings. And she chose to come to this small community.
Interesting.
I remember her from school. Sandy Cove is lucky to have her.
No, agreed. She is, if you'll pardon the pun, she is a goddess send.
Well, we're kind of on a little mission of our own. Otherwise, we could take care of Mother Addington for you. I just laugh.
I would never ask you to do such a thing, but
You would never have to.
let's just say the thought is appreciated and will be something I keep in mind the next time I'm forced to deal with her. It should make
Excellent.
it a little less troublesome.
Well,
I mean, I'm
I
sure
think
there's
could
some
send
cars that
someone worse.
they could. If the Eidosian people that we've actually met are not at all. I mean, like they're bad news, but I mean,
As in actual bad? Like lawless, evil bad?
No.
just
Well,
greedy and
Irma was in league with the bandits that we had to stop.
for money.
that would count as lawless, evil bad.
Yes, and the bandits were being funded and trained by the Joggervan, and so very bad.
Plain Master Godfrey Allerton was technically the head of the Merchants Guild, and yet he was profiting by having the bandits
Rob the merchants.
rob the merchants and then go back and telling the merchants, I don't know what we can do about it.
We did bring him to justice, but the Joggervanans made sure he didn't talk.
That is very disheartening.
It was.
And then you see his face kind of go,
He smiles.
and something that I'll be sure to bring up the next time Mother Addington annoys me.
Yes. Yeah. Well, perhaps, what time is it? It's
Probably getting
It's
late.
probably about 9 o'clock at night now.
okay.
You've been sitting, chatting and eating and drinking for quite a while.
Well, do you think Rosalind might be?
You said it was in the morning, right?
Yes, in the morning.
We'd have to see her in the morning.
Yes, she will definitely have closed shop by now and gone home. And given that it's not an emergency, I would not like to disturb her at home. I know she works very hard.
Right.
Well,
When you're ready to leave, I wouldn't mind walking you out.
All right, well, I should probably be headed back. Well, I was going to say home, but it's not really home. It's where they have me staying now.
Oh, weren't we gonna go see the person who runs the apothecary?
No, tomorrow morning.
Oh, tomorrow morning. Sorry,
We were
sorry.
just talking about that.
Sorry.
It's the mayor's mansion. It used to, I'm told, it long ago was a wizard's tower. So it's lots of stairs.
Do they still have a teleportation circle in the Wizard's Tower?
I don't think so.
I was just checking. We could come see more often.
Well, I will look. There's, perhaps you should come in the morning. You might be able to help me. There's a door I have yet to be able to open.
while they're meeting with Rosalind, maybe I can come help you.
Oh, well, I was thinking we should all go there first, and then we
Oh.
can go meet with Rosalind.
Oh, okay. We'll all come back to the place, your house, and then we'll all
Excellent. Then I can meet you here for breakfast,
Oh, that sounds lovely.
and then I'll take you to the Eyetower from there, and then we'll go to the Radiant Blossom and see what we can do.
Yay.
Go. Excellent.
Well, this has been a most enjoyable evening, an unexpected and wonderful surprise. And Gwenlaryn, you have joined a group of very good, very kind people. I'm certain that they will treat you well and you will find yourself, as I have, blessed with their company.
I feel very fortunate to be included amongst this group.
Ladies, I'll bid you good evening.
See you in the morning.
And he turns and walks out, stopping a couple times at tables just to sort of, say hello to people and pat people on shoulders as he walks out.
I'm gonna follow him, and when we get outside, just gonna say, couldn't really ask inside because not everybody needs to know our business. But what do you know of the Cesaran?
Oh, the traveling folk. They are usually through here a couple times a year. They're shrewd bargainers. They're very lively and entertaining folk. Although, I will confess their matriarch makes me uncomfortable.
Okay. I just want to know if there was anything that we should definitely know that we don't already know, and you've covered that, and I just wanted to say that Aaron is doing a really good job, and my teacher, even though he's not from the same school, definitely says Aaron is doing a good job and he's a very good boy, which we knew already, but sometimes it's nice to hear the second time.
That is very nice to hear and kind of you to remember to tell me. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. I will definitely mention your visit here when I write back to Aaron. He'll be thrilled.
He will. I kiss him on the cheek and I give him like a quick squeeze and I say, see you in the morning.
Good night.
And then I just go back to the thing.
And I turn to Aribelle and I say, perhaps before we leave, we should visit Torora and maybe give them a donation.
That's already on my to-do list. I figured I'd go there in the morning to pray.
Wake me up and I'll go with you.
All right. And so, what do you do? Is now when you retire?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Sakuthos, be careful.
Oh, don't worry about me. I will be quite careful. I think I'm just going to stay here and sort of continue to people watch until the people disappear.
What time is it?
About 9, a little after 9 at night.
I changed my mind. I go and see Sybil, and I ask her if she would like it if I played for an hour.
Ooh, fancy.
Oh, do you play the harp?
Oh, no, actually, I play this lute.
Speaking of things that'll get us robbed.
Yeah, no shit.
That fancy loot will get us robbed.
And Sybil's eyes get really wide. That is beautiful. Does it sound as amazing as it looks?
It sounds pretty good.
Then by all means.
All right.
If you get thirsty, just signal me or Tyrion and you shall have whatever you like.
All right. Actually, I'd like a glass of ale, or not. I'm sorry, of the cider, if that would be all right.
Yes, hold on. I'll get it for you right now, and you
All
can
right.
take it up there with you.
All right.
And what is your name, in case people ask me who's playing?
Oh, Tasha.
Tasha. And where do you hail from?
Oh, all over.
All right. Tasha, the Wandering Bard. Very well. Okay, so she quickly pours you a large mug of cider, much larger
My.
than the ones that you saw being passed out.
Oh my. And I sit down and play for an hour, just to keep my skills up.
All right, make a performance check.
Okay.
I squeeze your hand before she leaves to go do that.
Oh, does that give me?
Die 4. Not that she needs it, but just a little bit.
All right, 25.
You begin playing, and you see heads come up immediately, like, "Whoa, there's music!" And they look over.
Ooh, a
and,
live band. Jeez,
Yeah.
I didn't know.
and no cover.
Dinner and a show.
And no cover. This is awesome. And by about 10 minutes in, you see that some people in the crowd have begun to nod along with the music, and when you play a lively tune, a few people begin clapping along with it. And then you notice that the room seems to be filling back up as people are wandering by and hear the music and like come in to go, "What's the music?" And then they kind of get sucked in by the performance. By the end of the hour, you have people singing and clapping along with you when you play some of the more well-known drinking songs, and the place is packed.
Ooh, I better play for another hour then.
Nice. That's wise.
Yeah. So, do you want me to roll again?
No, you don't need to roll
Okay.
again.
Okay. All right.
But you see Sybil and Tyrion just like running to keep up with all the drink orders. And they're actually running out some food, and, you know, they look busy, but Sybil's smiling.
Yes. I thought this would help. This is
Yeah.
my way of helping.
And when you conclude your second hour and stand up and bow and announce that, you know, that's your musical contribution for the evening, you get a round of applause and a shower of coins.
Oh, how many coins do I get?
Well, let's find out. There are 11 copper,
Okay.
4 silver,
Okay.
and 8 gold.
Ooh,
8 gold. Wow.
8 gold. 7 copper.
4 silver.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Thank you. Alrighty. Well, and with that, I go to bed.
Not before Sybil walks over and claps you on the shoulder and says, "You are welcome to play here any time you happen to be passing through. I haven't seen this place filled like that in near a month."
Well, I'm glad that I could help some.
I think we just doubled the profits for the day in the last 2 hours.
Nice.
Fantastic. Fantastic. And I will be happy to come and play whenever I stop through.
You will always be welcome. Have
All right.
a good rest. If you
Thank
need
you.
anything, let me know.
Okay, I certainly will. Thank you. And I go upstairs.
Okay.
Or I go to my room, wherever that is.
Right. All right. As you bed down for your first night's rest in an actual bed in several days, that's where we're going to take a break.
Woohoo!
And we'll pick up in the morning when we come back. So don't go anywhere. welcome back. So, it's a peaceful night's rest in comfortable beds for everyone.
Yay!
Morning comes around. You've had a good night's rest. What would you like to do?
I was going to get up and go to the temple.
Me too, me too.
That's
Okay.
usually... It won't be very exciting for you because I'm literally going to be sitting for 2 hours praying. But
That's okay. I'll go outside and play my lute.
I look for breakfast opportunities.
Okay, well, when they get up, that's 2 hours before everybody else would normally get up.
Okay, when I get up.
So,
6 a.m.
yeah.
So we'll be back for breakfast.
All right.
Hopefully the church is open. I would imagine it's open early. 'Cause
Yeah.
the clerics are praying and stuff. So.
Yeah. You travel down through the city. It's just a couple blocks. I mean, nothing in Sandy Cove is very far from anything else. It's just a couple blocks away, and you come upon it. It's a large circular building that sits atop a set of circular bright white marble steps. The structure itself is a painted adobe single-story building. White shingles on top. You walk inside, smooth stone floor. The walls are as white as the outside. Candles lit around the room, both on the walls and on various sort of standing chandeliers placed strategically throughout the room. There are small couches and padded chairs, and there is a circular altar in the center of the chamber. When you walk in, there is an elven woman already kneeling at the altar.
No, I do not disrupt her. And I take a deep breath, and it's nice to be in a temple of Torora. It's been a long time for Aribelle.
Yeah.
Kind of take it in for a moment and then find a place to go pray.
All right.
I look for a place to put donations.
You don't? Well, make a perception check. Or actually, excuse me, make an investigation check.
Okay. 17.
You look around the room, nothing leaps out at you as a place to put donations.
All right. Well, I I tiptoe up to where the shepherdess is, or the shepherd is, and I quietly place 5 platinum next to her, and then I go outside.
Okay.
And I look for like a nice tree or something.
There are
Something
actually a couple benches.
Okay. I want to be far enough away so that I'm not going to disturb them, though. So.
Okay. Well, if you play softly, it should be fine.
Yeah, and I sit down and play softly
All right.
for a couple of hours.
Make-
Aribelle goes in to pray, and all of a sudden you get a Megadeth concert out in the back. You're like, what the hell?
make a performance check.
Okay. $22.
All right. Aribelle, make a perception check.
21.
You hear very, very, very faintly, just like slight notes on the breeze, but you hear Tasha playing. And it's very, very beautiful, very sedate music for this time of morning in this location, and almost seems appropriate.
I pray.
All right. Tasha, you don't see a whole lot of people out on the street, but the few people you do see, some stop and pause and listen for a little while, and they just, if they catch your eye, they sort of smile and nod as if to say thank you for the music, and then they continue on their way. Most everybody that's out at this time of morning is on their way to work or on their way home from work, so nobody lingers over long. But you get the sense that the people who walk by appreciate the music. The 2 hours go by, and you've come to the conclusion of your prayers.
I finish and look over at the shepherdess.
And she's already standing, and she's just sort of watching you. You look up. She smiles. Aribelle, is it not?
It is.
What a curious thing to find you in my temple. Be welcome, sister.
Thank you. I didn't know how much I needed it.
Well, I am
not that I'm not in her presence on the side of a road or in a meadow, but
I understand. Be welcome here. You know, this is always going to be your home. Anywhere where Tarora's blessing is felt will be your home, as it is mine. So, it's been... what?
Far more years than we should say.
Yes, the better part of a decade, I believe.
Yes.
So what could possibly bring you to such a remote place as Sandy Cove?
My friends and I are on a quest to find the winter home of the Susaran.
Ah, the traveling folk.
Yes.
I have had very, very interesting discussions with their matriarch.
As have I.
Hmm.
And we were nearby, and we have a friend who recently became mayor. So we decided to stop through Sandy Cove and see Osmond.
You know Osmond?
Yes, we met him and his son when they were traveling to the tower to
That was you? What a small world. He told me the story.
And
how
so we
delightful.
decided to stop here so we made a quick detour and my companions had not been to Sandy Cove before, and it's been a number of years since I've been here, so.
Oh, I wasn't aware you had been here before.
When I was younger, we came on one of my father's shipping trips.
Ah, yes.
So.
Well, yes, I will confess I have not seen any of the Susaran lately. It was some weeks since the last time they came through here.
We have a lead on a possible location, but it's kind of like finding a needle in a haystack. We'll see if we're lucky.
Well, I am certain that Tarora is blessing you on this errand that you are on, and with her guidance, I'm certain that you will find your way.
We did hear that, given the recent siege and Thunder's Edge and the bandits, that things have been difficult in the town.
For many, yes. Fortunately, We had some small funds put aside, and we are well enough.
Well, perhaps I can think my friend already dropped some off, but
Oh, is that where that came from?
but it would be my honor and duty to help refill the coffers a little.
And she seems to sort of take your appearance in. And then she says, "Yes, you are not on the same path you were when we met, are you?"
No, I gave up my cleric role and became a paladin.
I see. Well, as this was clearly accepted by her, and I assume by the hierarchy in the sanctum, let me say congratulations.
Thank you. I'm told it's unusual, but it was what the lady led me to do.
Well, then it is definitely what you should be doing.
Yes. So. But you are well?
I am. I was offered several options of where to minister when I left the sanctum, and some of them were larger, some of them were wilder. But when I heard this posting, you would understand. It was like a chord rang in my soul, and I just knew that this was where I should be. And I have come to truly love this small community.
We had dinner and stayed at the Princess last night, and everyone that came in was very kind and seemed to genuinely care about each other.
Yes. Well, Did you, by any chance, happen to pick up on anything, say, between Sybil and Osman?
No. Really?
Since you are also clergy, or paladin, it's not breaking confidence to share with another of the faith. Sybil is quite interested, and Osmond is oblivious.
How long has it been since he lost his wife?
Oh, about 4.5 years, 5 years perhaps. It's time.
Maybe for him it's time, but it may not be something he's even thought of.
I'm certain you are correct. But she will, I have spoken with her of this, and assured her that patience and love is the way to approach this, and if it is meant to be, his eyes will be opened, and then he will decide.
He's much farther out of it than I am, so
Yes.
yeah. Maybe thinking that he did seem fond of her and of her son.
Oh, yes, he is very fond of Tyrion.
And missing Aaron, I'm sure it's nice to have a surrogate.
Yes. We have chatted from time to time. He, while not one of the faith, does seem to find comfort in coming here.
Well, much more comfort here than at the other temple in town. If we could I don't like to call it that, but
She looks around the room, makes sure that nobody else is there, and she says, "When I'm alone, I simply call it the Golden Store."
we had an interesting adventure with the Coin Master and Air Moss, so they have a...
Ah, I have heard. I was not aware you were involved in that. Well, it is good that his role in that illicit activity was discovered. It was a shame that true justice was not able to be meted out.
No, but he can cause no more harm.
And that is a blessing. It gives me hope that one day I shall be able to help facilitate justice for the shopkeeper of the Golden Store, if she is willing.
Well, hopefully the Airmaw connection between the temple and the bandits was a one location only, and there's not a similar arrangement here.
I have been a bit less charitable in my thoughts than I should otherwise be, but since receiving that news, I will admit, let suspicion into my heart when it comes to that particular member of our community. And I watch. I have not seen anything yet. And I apologize for saying yet.
Well,
But
that's only prudent.
I continue to turn a loving eye on my sister cleric in this community, and wish only for that which is in her best interest.
Well, hopefully, if there are others in their ranks that took a similar path, hearing of Allerton's death at the hands of the Jaggervanans might make them rethink if that's who they want to ally themselves with.
One can only hope. It was not lost on me that, apart from Thunder's Edge itself, we would be the closest temple to the desert, and those misfortunate souls.
Well, I should get back to the princess. We're having breakfast with Osmond, and then have a couple of errands before we head on the road, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to pray here this morning.
And I am very pleased that you did. It was lovely to reconnect.
And I will hand her a bag of money.
What's in the bag? How much is in the bag of money?
I think my church tithing is private.
It's true.
You're bad.
It's
But I am supposed to. It's 20 platinum.
Yeah. How much?
I am
None yet.
20. Yeah.
None
None
yet.
yet. But I am supposed to give to the church what I don't.
No. I know. I'm just teasing you.
So it's a sack of platinum,
All right.
and she will make sure it is put to good use in the town. So.
I will make certain. I confess that this will facilitate a plan that I have begun to foment.
Oh, good. And Torora led me here for a reason, as she always does.
Is it a nanny boo boo plan to the Golden Store? Just curious.
You don't know?
Yeah, I know nothing, but
It's lovely to see you again.
It was lovely to see you as well. May Torora guide your steps always.
And yours. I will go find Tasha.
All right.
Follow the tinkling notes.
Well, you find her outside, strumming her lute, and you see a couple people have stopped to listen.
Does she have her cap down or anything for
No.
donations?
Well, I don't know. Do you?
No.
Oh, it's got a tip of gold piece in it. Throw it in the case.
Nope.
it's funny.
That's true. I do have the case open.
Yeah, I throw a gold piece in it.
It's the only coin in the case.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
that's fine.
But she might look up when she hears the coin hit it.
Oh, is it time to go?
Yes.
I finish the song and pack up.
The couple that are standing there applaud and say, "Thank you, that was beautiful.
Fun.
Have a wonderful day."
You too.
They walk on. So, what do you do from there?
Head back for breakfast.
Okay.
Are you hungry, Tasha?
Always.
Meanwhile, back at the Ranger's Princess,
Meanwhile, back at the inn, I would have gotten up and gone downstairs.
okay,
Got us a table.
it's not difficult. There's like
Right.
4 other people in the place.
Or if Gwenlaryn got up before me, I would have. But I'm an elf, so I only need my 4 hours. So I
I've
probably would have
probably
been
been
done.
up.
Okay. Then I wave and come sit down.
Cool. And our friend hasn't joined you, has he?
No, and we look around. Do we see him sit with us?
Make a perception check.
Oh, it's not horrible. Oh, it's not horrible. It's not horrible. I always forget. But it's not like 27. It's actually 17.
You don't see him anywhere.
So
So you heard what I said.
I did hear what you said. I don't know what that means for us.
I don't either, but I know enough not to accept any food or drink he offers.
Very wise. Would I know that? Like, I'll just take her word for it. I'd be like, yeah, very wise.
Make an Arcana check,
Yeah.
since this is sort of either Arcana or religion, whichever you would prefer.
Probably Arcana, because I'm not into that religion stuff. So I got a dirty 20.
Okay. You've definitely heard that legend.
Yeah. I
On
forget.
the way back, I tell Aribelle.
Tell me what?
When Lauren told me yesterday that our newfound friends is actually Fae.
She told me that as well.
Good.
What is it they do? Charm, though, right?
What legends have I heard about
Yeah, like
Fae? What legends?
Make a history check.
I also will, so we'll know what. We'll all know that. Oh, 15 plus 2,
I
17.
guess I said it. I should roll it too, huh?
Sure.
Dirty 20.
Oops. 24.
17. Don't accept gifts. Don't
Zorith,
consume food or drink.
you know that the Fae are, as legend tells it, a capricious folk. Neither good nor evil, but the embodiment of whimsy.
Great.
They are as likely to aid as they are to hinder. They are fond of making deals, and they find mortals to be of great amusement, but particularly gnomes, halflings, and humans, the sort of shorter-lived of the races. Because they are new to the world, the legends don't say anything about dragonkin or half-orcs. So, no knowledge there. Tasha and Aribelle, you do know that the legends tell that some Fae have tricked humans into owing them favors simply by interpreting the acceptance of any sort of gift as a debt.
Oh.
I've given you something, now you owe me something.
I did wonder about that.
But the legends are sketchy on which Fae did that, because the stories make it clear that not all Fae follow that particular tenet.
I don't.
So,
But he did let us, right? We paid for dinner and the rooms, and you would think if he was that kind of Fae, he wouldn't have done that, because then he would owe us.
Right. Well, and
That's why-
we also saved him, so you would think he would owe us in multiple ways.
Right. That's the reason I paid for his meal and room last night.
Right.
do you think it's possible that he is not Fae,
But his
but that his,
Patrons
are?
could very well.
I don't know. All I know is that when I tried to perceive, I perceived him as Fae.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So I've never picked up on someone's patron as the reason why they are what they are, but
Have you met other warlocks?
I have not in that capacity.
No.
Not when I was trying to perceive in this way.
So it's hard to say.
Right.
Okay. I don't know what it can mean for us, good or bad. It's all intentions of him.
Well, Fae are of this world, are they not?
They used to be.
Did they?
Also, elves are. Our ancestry is Fae.
Yeah.
Were the Fae lost in the Shattering?
Oh, they departed this world many centuries before the Shattering. The Fae are legends in the lore of the elves, the longest-lived species.
It's a
Interesting.
mystery.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think we should ask about it?
No.
It could.
Well, he's in our debt.
He may not even know. Honestly.
I just wanted to ask you before I asked him.
I don't think it could be a bad thing. I don't know.
I don't trust him. That's what my gut tells me.
Don't you think it's better, though, to find out now than to wait and find out later if he continues to travel with us?
Yeah,
Mm.
that is a good idea.
Okay, well then when he joins us for breakfast, assuming he does, I'll ask.
All right.
Yeah.
Zorith and Gwenlaryn, you are still sitting, just the two of you at the table, when Tasha and Aribelle arrive.
We have that quick little conversation, if we can do that before
Succotash.
Zakuthos.
the Kuthos. I even read it down phonetically and I still couldn't get it. Sorry.
You are the type.
Succotash.
You are the type of bully parents dread when naming their children. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
Me?
No, Annette.
Oh, succotash?
Yeah.
Got it.
I'm not gonna call that to his face. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how we ended up getting, attacked by the Fae. Because you had to go and mock the name.
He could be invisible looking right now.
The Kuthos.
Nope.
It could be. Absolutely.
Remember the succubus? That was another time.
Oh boy.
But the moral of the story was don't taunt the unknown quantity.
Right. Oh, that.
So
Do
tough.
you remember?
I do.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you're all sitting there for probably a good 20 minutes before you see that the small figure stumbling down the stairs, yawning and rubbing his eyes.
Excellent.
I motion him over to our table and invite him to join us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That was a very pleasant night's sleep.
And there's breakfast to be had as well.
Oh, excellent. I don't suppose there's any more of that cider.
We can always ask. Speaking of asking, so I couldn't help but notice when we were traveling that you seem to be Fae?
What?
Mic drop. I'll just drop it right on out there.
Oh, God. Has it gotten that bad?
Has what gotten that bad?
Well, I worried that there would be some sort of, infection. They keep taking over my eyes and my ears and my tongue and...
Oh, I thought you meant you were sleeping with them.
Well, I suppose technically I am. They're always with me.
Not
Not
that kind of sleeping.
Not everybody can tell. She's just she's got an awareness that she can tap into, and Faye is one of the creatures that she can tell about.
And you sensed me?
I did.
Oh dear. Well,
So what you're saying is that your patrons are Fae?
yes. All of them, I think.
How many are there?
I have no idea.
Oh dear.
A lot.
So you don't know that you're Fae?
I'm, as far as I know, I'm 100% gnome.
So they take over these parts of your body and it actually changes those parts?
Well, that was a fear of mine that you seem to have confirmed. I don't know what that means. Am I not a gnome anymore?
I don't know.
no.
When I perceive you, I perceive Fae.
I gently pat him on the arm and I say, "You appear like a gnome to me."
Oh, thank you. That's something, I suppose.
I would think at least 90% of people would think of you as gnome.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. That's encouraging.
Most people don't even know the Fae are existing still.
A thing.
I certainly didn't.
So does that mean your patrons are Fae?
Yes.
Because, I mean, to be changing you...
Well, yes, I think I just said that.
Right, but so to follow through on that, does that mean that they're giving you Fae powers?
No, probably, yes. I mean, they're providing me with my abilities and withholding them when they're unhappy with me.
Oh, see, now that does start to make sense. The Fae, a little, yeah, choosy sometimes.
Yeah.
Capricious.
Yes.
There you go.
I wasn't expecting to say the same thing.
Interesting. Well, as long as they don't, I mean, there's a difference between we being withheld and punishing. Hopefully they haven't punished you.
No, they've never punished. Well,
That's good.
other than withholding.
Right.
Hopefully it helps you to know now that this is happening.
Well, apparently it's already happened. So, I guess I'm just going to have to learn to live with it. I don't...
Maybe it gives you some insight that you didn't know you had.
Well, I don't feel less decisive. I don't feel more like pulling tricks on people than I always do.
How often do you feel like pulling tricks on people?
Usually only when I encounter ones that make me angry.
Oh, that's fair.
See, Trixie. I lean forward really close to him, like almost in his ear. And I kind of pet my arm a little bit. I said, sometimes the powers that we're gifted aren't expected, but we learn to do what we can with them. And then I just kind of, but I'm wearing my cloak and sleeves and stuff, so you can't tell, but I just motion to my arm.
That's probably a very good way to look at it. I'll try to keep that in mind. And Tyrion walks over. Oh, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Are you ready for some food and something to drink?
We are. Have you any more of the cider?
Oh yeah, we got a whole nother barrel full we haven't even tapped yet.
Well, my friend and I would like ciders. And I point to Sakuthos.
Okay.
I'll try a cider this morning as well.
Okay, 3 ciders.
Oh, make it 4.
Okay, 4 ciders. That's easy.
Pam, you're muted.
She wants tea.
And tea. All right. Do you just want me to bring out sort of like the full breakfast for everybody?
Yes,
A
please.
full breakfast.
Okay. All right, that's easy too. Gosh, you guys are easy. Okay, I'll be back with the drinks in just a minute.
Thank you, Taryn.
Thank you.
What does he mean, the full breakfast?
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
Probably eggs and meat and potatoes and bread.
Maybe
Goodness.
vegetables if we're lucky.
All of that?
Hopefully a lack of puddings of various sorts.
Ooh. No blood sausage, thanks.
Maybe cooked apples or something.
You hear a couple people say, good morning. You turn and look, and Osmond's just come in.
We wave.
He stops to talk to a couple of the people, and chats with them for a couple minutes, and then walks over and sits down. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
I trust you slept well.
Yeah.
Excellent. And,
Sleeping in a bed is always preferable to sleeping on the ground.
oh, I would imagine, yes. I remember from the trip, yes, it was nice to stop in a place where there was an inn and a bed. But I don't mind sleeping on the ground so much. I don't actually find that I notice much. You do a lot of sleeping on the ground? Oh, goodness, yes. I'm a professional wanderer. I travel from place to place all the time, seeking out what's new and exciting. I see. Are you putting together some sort of travel guide? Oh, no. No, just looking at it and listening to it and, trying to enjoy the experience. That sounds very carefree. That's one way to put it, I suppose. Tyrion comes back with 5 ciders and a pot of tea, and sits the tea down in front of Aribelle and sits the cider down in front of everybody else, and says, "Good morning, Mayor. They ordered the full breakfast, so if you just want to, dig in on that, and yeah, that will be fine, Tyrion. Thank you." Oh, you're welcome. It should be ready in just a couple minutes.
And we wait patiently, probably chit-chatting about nothing and everything in particular. We did a lot of that last night.
Right.
I ask Osmond if any of the goings on have affected the fishing, or if it's still decent fishing.
Oh no, the our fishing is fine. We've had a slight downturn in export because we usually send quite a bit to Thunder's Edge.
Right.
But,
you may be able to start that up again.
That's I thought that from what you told me last night. So,
And probably a lot because they haven't had fresh supplies.
well, at least not from this direction.
I don't think.
I would assume they would have ordered more from perhaps Romani Keep.
I'm not sure they did. They were in pretty dire need when we got there.
I see. Well, I will.
There were scorpions.
Well, I will definitely go around and speak to the export captains and see if we can get something on the road to them, maybe even late today.
Sure, they would appreciate it.
It seems the least we can do. Ah, the food. And Tyrion comes over with a really big tray, sits it down on a nearby table, and passes over. There's a large bowl of eggs, a large bowl of fried potatoes with onions and garlic, a cutting board with a loaf of fresh bread and a bread knife, a big platter of bacon and sausage, and a platter of fresh fruit.
Wonderful.
Melon and coconut and nectarines.
Wow. Have I ever had coconut before? I don't know. What I don't know. I'm excited. What is this?
Oh,
It's
it's coconut. They The palm trees. They grow on the palm trees. Devilishly
melon?
hard to get into.
Melon, coconut, and what?
Nectarines.
Nectarines.
Ooh.
I am excited for the coconut, and that's the first thing I go for.
Okay.
And then I put a bunch on my plate once I taste it. Like, and then eat the rest of the stuff too, but like...
Sure. Sure.
Exciting.
I'm excited for the nectarines.
I'm excited for the bacon.
Sekuthos puts a little bit of everything on his plate, and he eats all of one thing,
Mm-hmm.
and then takes a drink, and then eats all of the next thing, and then takes a drink,
It's excellent.
separating out the experiences.
Yep. I am
The
100%.
palate.
I am 100% in love with him. Like, not like Revenge God, but Nikki's in love with him. Adorable. Have you had coconut before, Sekuthos? What do they think? What did I think of coconut? As I'm munching away.
I don't quite know. There's it's a rather unusual. There's a mixture of opinions. Usually they're all one way or all another, but there seems to be some uncertainty there. Personally, I like it.
That's funny. I like it too. Now I'm craving actual coconut.
And he closes his eyes for a minute and concentrates. Oh. The point of possible disagreement seems to be a discussion of taste versus a discussion of texture. Who would have
Very
thought?
true.
And Osmond is just kind of looking at him like, what is this strange little thing talking about?
Yeah.
Some
I mean-
people don't like the texture, but they like the taste.
Right.
Yes, I'm getting that.
They may like the milk inside of the coconut better if they like the taste but not the texture.
Wait a minute. These things produce milk?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the best word for it. I mean, not continually like an animal does, but
Oh,
But it is white and creamy and liquid.
interesting.
And it has all of the tastes of coconut with none of the texture issues.
That's
It's quite good for
interesting.
baking, actually.
Oh,
we should get some coconuts to take with us.
Oh, it's a good idea.
there's definitely a couple markets we can swing through.
Excellent.
I'm in favor of that.
You could bring some Zorith back to your gentleman friend.
How well did they travel? Maybe on the way home. I'll bring them a couple.
There you
coconuts.
go.
Wait, Zorith has a gentleman friend? Where's
Yeah.
We
he?
all have a gentleman friend. His name is Aloric. He runs the inn in Thunder's Edge that we stay at.
So you are all his wives? Is that
No, no.
I don't understand.
Friend.
He is a gentleman and he is a friend. That is what Aribelle was trying to say.
Well, there's usually when someone says gentleman friend, there's a little more grunting involved.
Well, see, I thought they were lovers, but it seems like maybe they weren't, or maybe they're not yet. But maybe if she brings the coconuts, then that would work out. That was my thought.
Oh, he needs persuading. I understand.
I believe so. Or maybe inducement. Incentive. Motivation.
Well, I think the coconuts would be a marvelous gift.
I think so.
Well, he does own an inn, and he is a gentleman, and he is my friend, and I am not ready for any of those things past that. But when I am, I might use a coconut. That might make everything go more smoothly.
I'm sure it's the solution.
And you see Osmond's actually kind of turning a little red.
Oh, God.
Good.
Well, then I would definitely say that we should buy some before we leave town.
And load up the wagon.
Well,
Wow.
not too full. And leave enough floor space for a tired little gnome, if you would.
Oh, yes.
Don't worry, they'll be.
We
plenty.
don't need that many. We just need some for baking for cook. It would be great.
All right. Well, I'm certain that we can get any of these fruits.
Are they hardy? Do they travel well?
The coconuts?
Mhm.
Just a moment. Tyrion? Yeah. Mr. Mayor, what can I do for you? Do you happen to have any coconuts in the back that you have not processed yet? Well, yeah. There's like a stack of them. Could you bring one out? Like a whole coconut? Just for educational purposes.
Just one will do.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go grab you one. And you see him go through a door, and he comes back holding something that looks like a slightly furry brown rock. And walks over and just kind of sits it down on the table, and it goes pink. And he says, okay, there's your coconut. If you need anything else, let me know. Even if it is weird.
Not only does it travel well, we could use it as a weapon.
Cannonball.
And you see Sekuthos just looking at it, and he reaches out and touches it. And he's just like, oh, you mean this is in that?
Sometimes the inside is very different than the outside.
It looks like something a rock would shit.
I think it looks like a hairy ass.
Huh? I think that's possible too. It certainly doesn't look very appetizing. But,
The inside is tasty.
yes, apparently. Do you mind? And he
Mind
reaches
what?
out and picks it up. Like, looks at it,
Careful, it's a little sharp.
knocks on it. Ow.
Hear liquid sloshing around in there?
Oh, I do! But how do... You would have to cut this thing open with a blade.
Exactly.
Or you
Yes,
can hit it
that's-
really hard with a rock.
That's exactly how they do it in the back.
Or a nail and a hammer?
They put it in a tub, and they hit it with a hatchet. And it splits open, and all of the liquid goes into the tub, and then it can be saved and used for whatever. And then the meat of the coconut, if you will, the white part, they get carved out, and that's what you get served.
Wow,
That's amazing.
that is amazing.
Don't you think that's amazing?
Have your friends ever seen one?
No, but now they want to see one opened.
Well, maybe another time.
We're gonna get some to take with us. We can do that on the road.
Yes.
All right,
Get a
you
whole
hear
sack of
that?
these.
You'll get to see it, just not right this second. I'm
We'll
eating.
We'll make something with the coconut for breakfast. With the coconut milk. Maybe we'll put it in our oatmeal.
I'm busy!
Eating.
It's funny.
It's part of the deal. I get to eat.
Well,
Oh.
see, you've had one new experience today, and we've not even made it through breakfast yet.
Yes, that's true. Well, if this keeps up, I may get to stay with you more than like a couple days.
So we're gonna go to the tower and then to the apothecary
Yes.
and then the
Yes.
market
Yes.
Pick up some coconuts, yeah.
and some other fruit.
Oh, yeah.
More nectarine.
All right. So when we are all done, I paid for Sakuthos and myself and everybody else.
It's
for
included in the cost of the room.
overnights. Okay.
Yeah.
It's all paid for, and
Then I've
some.
already done it.
Yes, you have.
Then I will
Yep.
leave 5 silver on the table for Tyrion.
Oh, that's good. That's appropriate.
Thank you.
And
As we,
oh, go ahead.
as we are getting ready to leave, I will also lay 5 silver out.
Platinum really was not that bad because I intended to pay for everyone. So it was like the rooms were 2 gold and then dinner and everything. So it really wasn't that crazy until everybody else started to pay.
But then your bad behavior was catching. Yes.
It wasn't bad behavior to pay for the rooms.
I was just trying to pay. And then all of a sudden, I'm in trouble.
I know.
So,
This just tells you that that you want to hang out with me in real life if I'm just gonna like throw money around.
oh, I'm good at that too. I'm really good at that.
I know.
Oh, good
I
job.
mean,
Just how we are,
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
As everybody gets up, you see Sakuthos kind of looking at the 2 little piles of silver. Reaches into a pouch, counts out 5 silver, and sits it on the table.
And I pat him on the shoulder and I say, appropriate.
Oh, good. I wasn't quite sure if that was the right thing to do or not, but you two did it, so I thought, it couldn't be bad.
It's not. It is an appreciation, a showing of appreciation for a job well done, and it's called a tip.
Oh, right, right. Yes, the boy was very good at his job, so yes, that seems appropriate, and that's enough.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Tasha would tell us that's too much, but it's good.
Depending on how good the service is, you could go percent-wise up or down. But
I
that
don't
was appropriate.
understand, but okay.
That was appropriate.
Okay. Good. Well, if you're all set, come with me. It's just 2 blocks.
We do.
So
Yep.
you walk a little further south and turn to the east, and you see ahead of you a slender, 4-sided tower whose top features an intricate lantern and mirror arrangement of some kind. And there's a single door on the eastern side, just around the corner, that he leads you into. Welcome to the Eyetower.
The lantern and mirrors, can you receive messages from the far lamps?
Oh, no. That is used to signal ships in inclement or foggy weather.
Oh. The lighthouse.
Yes.
That's cool.
Well, he leads you into what appears to be a rather nice sitting room. And there is a staircase against the back wall leading up. He takes you up that staircase into another floor, which seems to be filled with supplies, crates and barrels. Takes you up another floor where you see a kind of rudimentary kitchen and dining area. He takes you up another floor where there is a sort of a landing and then another door, but the landing leads around to another staircase, and he says, "That is my bedchamber." But then he leads you up the stairs, and you see another landing and another door, and then another staircase going up.
Oof. I'm lost. We'll have to go. I'll have to rewatch this.
And he says,
I got it.
that staircase leads to the roof and the lamp. But this door, I cannot find a key to open it. And I have searched the entire tower.
Magic lock, sorry?
Well, I do have Thieves' Tool, and I'm going to try to open the lock with Sleight of Hand and Thieves' Tools.
All right. Then make a d20 plus your proficiency plus your dex.
16. What's proficiency?
Should be plus 3 at this point?
Four?
Or 4?
It's at the top of the character sheet.
4.
Oh, plus 4. So dirty 20 plus Sleight of Hand.
Plus your dex.
Oh. Plus 4. 24 then.
24. You are pretty sure that you triggered the locking mechanism, but it doesn't open.
I cast Detect Magic on the lock.
Oh yeah, it's magical.
Yeah. I think you're going to have to dispel it.
Dispel magic. Do you have Dispel Magic, Tasha?
I'm looking.
Or is that the only counterpoint to like Arcane Lock?
There's knock.
Knock. Okay.
None of us have knock.
Mm-mm. Well, unfortunately, I can't get into it for you. If you do end up getting it unlocked and there is a teleportation circle, let me know, and then I'll come learn the address, and we can come back at any time.
Definitely magical, so somebody who has the ability to dispel that should be able to get the door open. But probably there's a wizard, so maybe their library or their laboratory.
Does Sakuthos have it?
Wondering, would a warlock be able to open any of these things?
No, I don't have anything that would do that.
Mm.
You don't have anything to loot, do you? Or in your wand?
Oh, can the loot dispel magic? That'd be cool.
I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
It'd still show up in your spell list, right?
Yeah, animal friendship, fly, invisibility, levitate, protection from energy, protection from evil and good, and protection from poison. That's none of those things are useful at this time.
Dang it.
There's not a window outside, right?
No.
Dang.
Because we got some flying boots.
I do.
It wouldn't be very smart for a wizard to, like,
Yeah, usually if there
wizard
is,
lock the door and then,
you probably wouldn't be able to get through the room either, or the window either. But
yeah.
just look in.
Well, I don't know. You don't have a whole lot of magic people. Would the peaches and cream?
Well,
Hold on.
perhaps something else to ask Rosalind about.
That's
Yeah.
what I was looking for. Yeah, the apothecary, Rosalind. Okay. Sorry.
Well,
Thought I
at
could help.
least I know more now than I did before.
So it is unlocked from the manual lock. It just has a magic one.
Magical lock.
So if that can be dispelled, you should be able to open it now.
Understood.
Is there anything else about this building that you haven't figured out?
No, this is the only space I haven't been able to get into. But I'm sure I will eventually.
Did the former mayor leave, a journal or anything about it?
None that anyone was able to find.
Zori casts magic differently than a wizard. She doesn't have access to all of the same spells. Am I saying that correct, Zorith?
Yes.
But it's very likely that by the time Aaron comes home, he may be able to open it. Dispel magic is not that high of a rank spell, I don't believe.
No.
So it's very possible if you
Are
write Aaron and ask him if he can, when he starts advanced spells, to learn Dispel magic, he might be able to get in.
Or you might want to get in before he gets there.
Right, but
Yes.
worst
Well,
case, it might be a fun thing for him to do.
I will certainly do that if Rosalind is unable to help us. And speaking of which, she should just about be there and open now, so why don't we go see her?
All right.
Yep. After Rosalind's.
Is it a couple blocks walk or is it real close?
Yeah, it's a couple blocks walk, but like I said, nothing in Sandy Cove is too far from anything else. You are here at the moment. Her store is here,
Okay.
so it's literally like a block.
The Radiant Blossom Apothecary. Okay.
Yep. As you approach, you see a small timber-framed building in front of a larger L-shaped building. Both are under a black shingled roof. There is a row of very pretty flowers around three sides of the building. The smaller building seems to be closed. The larger building, however, the door is open. And as you enter, you see this is definitely an interesting building. Hanging from the ceiling are spheres of glowing liquid that are providing sort of a greenish golden light throughout the place. And there are various powders and minerals and ground metals in bins on shelves, and in the back there is a large counter with a a set of golden scales.
Sorry.
Yes.
Those globes. So could you cast, like, do that in your room? Would be cool with your skylight and stuff.
Would I know what?
I was thinking it's probably just a light spell, right?
Not if they're globes, though, like of liquid.
And you hear
Hang like a thing of liquid and make it glow.
you hear a voice say, "Oh, it's not magic. It's alchemy."
Ooh.
Beautiful.
You turn around and you see a woman, little over 5 feet. She's wearing a very, very fine chain vest over a brown tunic, brown pants. She has a green cloak around her shoulders. She has long brown hair that reaches down to her waist. Her eyes are the same color green as the cloak, and she has perfect white teeth.
How did you do that?
Oh, well, it's a combination of a few different chemicals and a couple of metals. And then you have to suck all the air out. So it's a bit of an involved process, but then it glows for years.
It's
I-
really cool.
I have a skylight in my room, and this would be amazing in it. A skylight is like where they cut open the roof, but then they put some panes of glass in it so you can see the night sky when you're laying in bed.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Good morning, Osman. Good morning, Rosalind. I trust the day finds you well. You brought me people who compliment me work. I'd say it's off to a good start. So, what can I do for you this fine morning?
Wow.
Well, a couple things, actually. Do you remember me telling you about the travelers that Aaron and I met on our way to the tower? Aye. Oh, are these them? These are most of them, yes. This is the Lady Aribelle of Terrora. This is Lieutenant Tasha Greenvale. This is Zorith, Sorcerer of the Tower. And this is their new companion, Gwenlaryn, an elite scout from Thunder's Edge. Well, well, it's a pleasure to be making your acquaintance.
Yes,
So,
indeed.
what can I do for any of you? Well, go ahead, Zorith.
We were going to see if you would share maybe some of your stuff with us. It's all these lovely different chemicals and metals that are definitely really sneezy. We actually know that you potentially might have some spells in your repertoire that could help the town and us.
Well, I don't do a whole lot of spellcasting anymore, but I try to keep my skills up. What type of spells were you thinking of?
Do you know how to do sending?
Oh, aye. Of course.
Oh,
what self-respecting bard wouldn't know how to do sending?
Ah, I thought so.
Ah,
You might
we can smell our own.
Mm-hmm.
So now, if Mayor Osman needs us, this is Tasha, and you can send to her.
Oh, aye, I could send to any of you. Now that I've met you and been introduced.
Yes.
And
And then
this is something that you're wanting? Well, it could come in quite handy if something were to occur that we needed assistance. These four are kind enough that, were they able, they would probably come and help. Well, that's a right fine thing.
It's a thing we do. We help people.
It's our thing. It's our jam. It's my lady jam.
Well, it's a good jam.
And then the other thing was, do you have Dispel Magic? Or know anyone in town that might?
Why? If I can ask, I mean, what are you looking to dispel?
Just a magical lock.
As it turns out, the second floor from the top of the Eyetower, there is a door that, since I've moved in, I have not been able to open. And I brought them to inspect it, and Zorith was able to disable the mechanical lock, but yet the door would still not open. The Lady Aribelle was able to determine that there is a magical duomer on the door that keeps it closed. Oh, well, you could do that with Dispel Magic, or you could simply do it with Knock, probably.
Do you have knock?
I do know how to knock.
Ah, excellent.
I was just wondering if there was maybe a teleportation circle in it, because it is kind of your only important building in town, you know.
Well,
And-
it's the only historically magical building in town, that's for sure.
Yes.
Thank you for those words. I didn't know how to say that.
Quite all right. If there's one thing that I know how to do, it's pick the right words.
Indeed.
That is true.
Well, I'm certain I could come up and give it a go. Would tonight, after I close, be all right? Oh, that would be fine. Right. Well, why don't you come by at closing, and then you can show me this door, and we'll see if we can't get you into it. That will be much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, can I interest you in anything while you're here?
Well, what do you have?
And we start browsing.
Do you have any healing potions?
Oh, yeah.
Much rather buy from you than the Temple of Eidos.
Oh, that bitch.
Dubbed-
Sorry, Osmond. I know. But I can't help it.
I like this one.
Me too.
She's not me favourite person, let's just put it that way.
Oh, yes.
But, yes, actually I do have some healing potions. They're not quite as robust as the ones you get from her. But they work. And they're cheaper.
Ah. Well, how much are we talking?
Well, I've got, I'm basically sold out of the, sort of the baseline ones. But I've got some of the better ones, that go for about 60 gold. They do, more than the standard healing potions you get from her, but not quite as much as the next level up that you get from her. But they're definitely cheaper than the better ones that you get from her.
Well, I'll take one.
All right. You get a potion of healing that does an additional 1d4 plus 1 above the normal potion of healing.
I will also take one.
And those go for 60 gold.
Ocean
So-
all around.
So, and I will add those to D&D Beyond.
Okay. So
Okay.
okay.
Did we remove the gold now, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
I already
Yeah.
did.
60.
I know it's not traditional apothecary items, but do you have any magic items for sale?
1 second.
Yeah, Jeff.
No, I'm just
Uh,
I'm just adding a note to myself to remember to put that potion into D&D Beyond.
That's fun.
So if it's not written down, it doesn't happen.
Exactly, because I'll forget.
Well, you're not alone, my dove. I'm not alone.
No, I don't actually do any sort of magical enchanting. Everything I've got here is either herbal or alchemical.
Didn't know if somebody had maybe dropped something off in trade or anything.
Nope.
Ooh.
Can't say that they
Herbal.
have.
I don't know if I want to give away Zek's secrets, but they're not really secrets because he doesn't know that they're.
I know. We should send Zek to her.
Who's Sec?
It's a long story.
He's our
We have
oh
a
gosh, what is
kobold
it?
who lives in our basement.
Yeah, he's our kobold.
Who makes herbal potions from mushrooms?
And sells them to
You
folks.
don't say.
They're very
They
minor
taste,
healing,
they taste awful.
but
but they
he
work.
sells them for very low amount of money to help people.
Oh,
to
I show her one of the new thingies in the acorns.
Oh, what cute packaging!
Yes, but
I
he's
never
losing
thought about
money.
that. What oh,
I told you.
dusky.
For Ninka mushrooms.
Those are actually
Oh,
But
and he's making
losing
potions out of them.
Well,
He's got no sense of what those things are worth, does he?
money, no.
yes, we do. We actually
No,
do, but they're
he
worth
doesn't.
more. He doesn't, but they're worth
Hmm.
more to him.
Yeah.
but that potion will actually keep you energized for 5 hours?
4 hours.
4 hours.
Really?
Yes.
And it's all herbal and mushroom.
Yes.
Yes.
That's fascinating.
So all the different kinds of mushrooms you can use for all sorts of different things.
Would you be interested in parting with this one, perhaps?
You may have it.
Have it?
Well, yes.
He sells them for 5 silver.
Yeah, I mean, don't go making yourself a huge conglomerate with these, but
Well,
I was
first of
just-
all, I'd have to get me hands on the mushrooms.
Yes.
Yeah, we just
But-
wanted him to grow the mushrooms so we could make some money for him, and he found those instead. But like we said, he provides a service to the town. The healing potions, most average people couldn't
Can't afford.
afford.
Can't
so
afford.
It's their only way of getting healing. Is
He sells them for, gosh, he was selling them for copper until we came along and made him sell them for silver.
Hmm.
Which, now that I think about it, kind of sounds awful, but it still worked out within his
Right.
business
He doesn't
practices.
need the. I mean, he doesn't. I don't know what he does with the money.
Buy more mushrooms. We don't know.
I don't
It's
know.
not ours to know, I guess.
But
But I gave him the fancy mushrooms and I asked if he could do anything with them, and he now grows them in the basement.
Well, you'll at least have to let me give you something in return.
Maybe it can go towards the secrets of those. And I point up to the thing and I said, maybe I'll come back for those secrets.
Maybe by the time you come back, I'll actually be willing to share them.
Good
Ah,
point.
or we could hire you to travel to Thunder's Edge and install some in her room.
And she looks at Aaron, and Aaron goes,
Osman?
or Osmond, sorry. And he just says, they
That's if
are
you-
members of the Lion Clan.
maybe if you find a teleportation circle in that room, who knows all the things that we could do.
Well, hold on a moment. And she goes behind, through a curtained doorway behind the counter. You hear her rummaging. She comes back with a case, a wooden case, about maybe 10 inches long, probably about 2 inches thick and about 6 inches high. Sits it on the counter and lifts the top off it, and you see a row of 5 vials. And she says, "Had someone come through, put in an order for this. Bastard never came back. And it's just been sitting here. But, I don't know. Might be useful.
What are they?
Water-breathing potions.
Oh, yes. That might be useful.
That's the least I can do. I mean, they're not doing me any good sitting on the shelf. No call for 'em around here, really."
Well, thank you.
So she puts the cap back on and hands it to Tasha.
Okay. I put it.
So you have 5 potions of water breathing.
Ooh.
Have any healer's kits?
Oh, I've got a lot of those. That's probably one of my top sellers.
I'm running a little low. So each kit has 10. Can I buy 2 kits?
Certainly. That'll be 10 gold.
Are you sure? That seems very low.
Oh, that's standard price.
Oh, I know what it is. Never mind. It's 'cause I have multiple in my inventory. Ah, gotcha, yeah. Thank you.
Do you want some gold for that? Because you used them on us.
No. I've got it.
Okay. What other cool things does she have? Does she have anything else that's really super cool?
Well, what are you looking for?
Whoa.
She's basically got potions.
Let me think.
She says, "I don't suppose there's Osmond, you might want to plug your ears for this one." And he just kind of says, "Okay." Turns around, puts his hands over his ears. "I don't suppose there's anybody in your group that's that fancies poisons."
Oh. Yes.
Depends what kind.
Well, I've got this this little beauty here. This is something that I made on spec for a particular customer who provided me with the recipe and then took it back. But I made myself several extra while I had it. So I can't really produce it, but I've got 4 vials of this. And it looks, smells, and tastes exactly like a traditional potion of healing.
But it's poison?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, I'd hate to get those two confused in my bag.
Well, I've got them in black vials,
Ah.
so there's not going to be any confusing them.
How much do you want for those?
Those go for 100 apiece.
Oof.
Well, I.
Do you have any potions that counteract poison?
Yeah.
That's probably more.
I've got some of those as well.
Probably
I think I've got a couple.
Oh, one for Granola.
I'll buy one if you buy one.
2? I was just thinking we would only need 1. You want to go halvesies?
Sure.
I'll go halvesies with you.
Okay. I hand you 50 gold.
I hand her 100 gold.
What was the 50 for?
50
Well,
and you
that was
said it
the-
was 100 gold a potion
For the poison, yeah.
Yes.
for the poisons, and we're combining and buying one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
And then the cure poison, how much was that one?
I'm looking that one up right now, and I'm not finding it.
Do they have it? Let's see. Potion.
So you put that in your store, right? Like you put that on your sheet, Nick.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have an ointment that would do the same.
Oh, poison resistance is the potion I found. It's not the same.
No, but I've heard of an ointment that if applied to the skin or swallowed, then it helps someone regain healing. It removes any poison that they may have taken, and they're cured of any disease that they may have been exposed to.
Oh, restorative ointment. I bet that's fucking expensive.
I bet it is.
And it does a little bit of everything.
It's a green item. It shouldn't be that bad.
1d4 1 doses of a thick mixture that smells faintly of aloe. Goopy.
That's green, so that's a common, uncommon.
Uncommon.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
not terribly expensive.
Yeah, I do have protection from poison, just so you guys remember that.
Yeah,
Um,
which apparently means you're resistant. You're not immune, right?
No, it's a spell.
Oh,
And it says if it you touch a creature, if it is poisoned, you neutralize the poison.
okay. What level spell is it?
Um,
I didn't know you had it. I don't
it's-
have it
it's-
yet.
It's second level. It's on the
Okay.
loot.
But so you can only cast it once per day.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking just one extra one. might not be
Yeah,
bad.
absolutely. But I'm just saying, like
Yeah, I can detect poison, so I would
Right.
know that it was poisoned,
You're poisoned.
that's helpful.
but I can't cure it.
Right. Huh. By the way, you're poisoned. Can't do anything about it. Sorry about that.
hmm. Yeah, I'm not finding.
Which one?
I'm not finding any potions that cure poison.
No, it's that
Just
restorative ointment, and it's the same color as a greater healing potion. That's uncommon, so I don't know what that cost is. It was like 500 or 250. I can't remember what the green stuff is.
The green stuff. Hold on, I got my book. Let me look. There's everything on D&D Beyond.
So it's the same as a potion of what?
Greater healing, it's the same color, like you know how they have the magic items are, so it's an uncommon. So
That would be 200.
yeah, they don't do pricing on magic items in 5th
Right.
edition because it depends on where you're at.
Right.
So 200.
200 for the restorative ointment.
I would like to buy one.
All right.
I will spend almost all my money.
Well, I can give you some money on that.
Oh, I got
Chip
it.
in as well.
Yeah, we should all chip in. I mean, I don't think you should buy that one yourself. I think I will chip in as well.
Well, you lucked out. It has 5 doses.
Oh, nice.
So
Ooh.
max doses.
Okay.
How much is it? So
200.
200.
So 40 gold per dose.
Here's my 40 gold.
I'll put in 40.
Oh yeah, there it is. It says it's a wondrous item.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
Okay. I
So,
give you 40 as well.
Annette,
Yeah,
or who's holding the poison?
me.
Oh,
Well, no, Nick.
Nikki is.
Nick is.
Add a potion of poison to your inventory. If you drink it, you take 3d6 poison damage, and you must succeed on a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or be poisoned. At the start of each of your turns, while you are poisoned in this way, you take 3d6 poison damage. At the end of each of your turns, you can repeat the saving throw. On a successful save, the poison damage you take on your subsequent turns is decreased by 1d6. The poison ends when the damage decreases to 0.
I do have a potion of poison resistance right underneath of it,
Mm-hmm.
but I know that's not what we're looking for.
No, that-
resistance to poison damage for 1 hour.
Yes. Yes, you drink that before you're poisoned, and then you can't be poisoned for the duration of the potion.
Just don't trust the Juggerbots.
reason
Poison
to
is
trust
like
them.
something they would do.
Oh, yeah.
Something I plan to do from now on.
All right. So, guessing we're gonna stick around to see tonight then.
Yeah.
Out the door. Yeah.
I guess. I didn't know that it was going to take that longer. We can always stop back by. I mean, kind of depends.
Yeah. If it's got a circle though, then
Yep. I'm curious. I'm sorry.
you'd have to be able to write it down. So.
Right.
Okay,
Well,
piques my curiosity.
Well, she has to spend a certain amount of time memorizing it.
Right.
but it's not horribly long, though. It's not. Teleportation circle is. Hold on, let me find it.
If that's, we don't know what's in there. So.
Yeah, we don't know what's in there.
Right.
You can commit a new sigil sequence to memory after studying it for 1 minute. So, in combat, it would be almost difficult.
Pointless, yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to get it finished, but you can definitely. I could definitely study it for a minute. Yeah. I wasn't sure. I'm sorry. And then we'll maybe set out for.
First thing in the morning.
Is it still super hot?
No, it's actually cooler here because you're
we're
by the water.
sea. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can actually
In the morning.
take care of that.
Try and get a few minutes with Osmond too at some point.
All right. Well, Osmond. So it was nice to see you, especially when you bring me business and interest in people. And I'm certain that if he's got anything he needs to say to you, I'll be talking to you again soon.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
And he leads you back out. Well, glad I brought you by.
Us
Seems like
too.
that was helpful.
It was
Yes.
very helpful.
And now, I believe you wanted fruit.
Yes.
Did we leave? Did we lose Sakuthos in there?
Oh no. He the entire time you were talking, he was wandering around and
Just
periodically
picking up things and looking at it?
periodically licking his finger and sticking it in, like, ground metal and tasting it, and
Well, I'm glad he didn't come away poisoned because
Right?
she's got some herbs there.
Or high.
right. Well, you don't know about that.
Oh boy.
He is strangely quiet.
Great. Silly kids.
So, Osmond takes you back south and west down the street to this area, which has several farmers with carts, and they're just selling their produce. And you see there is someone there selling coconuts. And there is someone there selling nectarines. And they're selling various other things as well.
I imagine these are actually easily. Well, I don't know. Considering I haven't seen them anywhere else, why do they not travel well? Are they expensive or
Nectarines?
no coconuts?
No,
Okay.
coconuts travel well.
I imagine Nikki knows that they travel well because they have a hard, crispy shell. But why haven't we seen them inland?
Well, I mean, I've had them probably because they're so rare. It's, if I remember right, they're pretty expensive. And so you're not going to see them in, like, you're not going to find a cart of them in a market in Airmall. You might find them on a menu item, like the
Or a
mushroom.
boat.
Yeah.
That's,
Coming off the boat.
Yeah. It is rather expensive to ship them out of where they're indigenous.
Right, because they are heavy and
Yep. And awkward.
because they're round, they don't fit in
Yep.
boxes.
And they have liquid in them, so they roll in uncertain ways because they're not a fixed solidity.
and they're sharp.
Yes.
They splinter in your hand.
Yes. So, but here, they're not that expensive because you're getting them straight from the people who grow them. They're like 5 copper a piece.
I'm super excited. I would like a carton for our. I will buy like a box carton, like just like a.
Like a crate, like a small crate.
Yeah, a crate. That's the word I was looking for. Like a small crate of coconuts.
All right, let's see. That will be 1 gold piece.
Like I'm getting a really good deal. I give her 1 gold piece.
And you have 20 coconuts.
Whoa. That's a lot of coconuts.
Are you giving some to Aloric for the? Or are you giving all of them to him?
Oh crap! Can I have another crate? And I give her another gold.
Oh, certainly. So you buy a second crate. Now you have 40 coconuts.
Bunch of coconuts.
I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
And you just see Sekuthos. He's kind of staring at the coconuts. He's weaving just a little bit. And he's like, boxes of rock turds.
Oh, he's stoned.
Oh, yeah.
What
Yeah.
did he get into?
Something
Herbs at her shop.
Say he's not a toddler, and yet
Powdered hallucinatory mushrooms.
I forgot that's where to get rid of poison is. Oh well, the ointment's good. I cast lesser restoration on him. That will get rid of poison. I didn't realize that it did that. Oh well.
Oh boy.
That's fine. I won't always have spell slots available. So.
well, and it's good for diseases as well.
Yeah.
And he just kind of goes, oh. Oh, damn.
You're a bit of a hedonist, aren't you?
It's not me.
Uh-huh.
It's them.
Okay.
You know that we only have your word that there is a them.
That's not entirely true.
Just teasing.
I can't exactly produce them. It doesn't work that way.
So they told you should try that?
Yeah, they wanted me to try everything. I told him I would try as many things as I could, but when you left, I would leave with you. That was the deal.
Some of those could have killed you.
Well, yes, but I used my best judgment and tried to taste things that would simply be unpleasant.
Have they asked you to do things before that would kill you?
A couple times, but after I was able to explain to them that if I did that, it would be the last thing I would be able to do for them, they were kind enough to reconsider.
Got it.
I don't know if they
Apparently-
gave you any assistance.
No, just apparently it's bothersome to have to find another taster.
So, yes, got it. Do these things, but until it actually will hurt the structure. I got it. We have 40 coconuts, and I'm giddy.
We will definitely open one up on the road.
Yes.
Now, as far as the apricots go,
The nectarines?
or the
Nectarines.
nectarines, sorry.
Those will not travel as well.
No, those will not travel as well. They sell them by the quart.
I will buy a quart.
Okay.
How much is
Do
a
they-
quart?
It's a silver piece for a quart.
Do they have dried ones?
They do not.
do.
They just have the fresh ones.
I've never even seen a dried nectarine.
I'm gonna look it up.
Do they have other fruits?
They do.
What
Any
other
dried?
fruits?
Trying to think. They do have apricots, but everything they have is fresh. These are the farmers that have brought it in from the groves and the fields.
California sun-dried nectarines. It is a thing. White, yellow, and organic. Different
I have to
nectarines.
get some.
Maybe we can get some and dry them in the sun on our way back.
They also have pineapple,
I want a pineapple.
and they have bananas.
Okay.
Ooh.
I want bananas and pineapple. I was thinking about pineapple.
It was 1 silver, right?
Yes.
How much are the pineapples?
The pineapples are 7 copper apiece.
I would like 2.
Okay. And the bananas they sell by the bunch. And if it's a small bunch, it's 3 copper. If it's a medium-sized bunch, it's 8 copper. If it's a large bunch, it's 1 silver, 2 copper.
I will buy a large bunch.
Okay.
How much for the pineapples? 7 copper?
7 copper apiece.
Boy, I'm not gonna lie. If we get a teleportation circle,
Right
I might be
here, huh?
doing my shopping in the afternoon here.
Coppers.
Spend the night, come back in the morning, and head home. Lovely, because I don't think pineapples will make it all the way back to.
They're pretty hardy.
Yeah, they are.
Lark.
If
More
and,
so
and
than the
being this
nectarines and
fresh,
bananas. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how long we're going to be out and about in the world.
There's that.
I'll also buy a couple of pineapples.
how much were the apricots?
Nectarines.
The nectarines were 1 silver for a quart.
And he said they also had apricots, but I don't think we got a price.
Nick, did you also get 2 pineapple?
I have not yet.
The apricots are 2 silver pieces per quart.
Okay. I'm gonna get a quart of nectarines and a quart of apricots as well. I've got some meals ideas.
And you said the pineapples were how much?
7 silver pieces each. Or
Silver?
copper pieces.
Okay.
Copper
7.
pieces, sorry.
All right, I'd like 2.
Okay.
You know what all this fruit would do to me? Oh my god. I would be so much pain and agony.
Really?
Oh yeah. I love fruit, but it does not love me.
A fiber.
Oh.
Yeah, lots more than I'm used to.
You have to work your way up to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like people get super sick when they eat a lot of cherries. Like, ooh, cherries, I like them. And then they like eat a whole whatever. And
Bag.
then like, Yeah, and then they're unfortunately unhappy.
I used to eat like a whole bowl of cherries.
That's because you have an iron stomach, my dear.
I do.
You do. But I will say around here, we used to have a cherry tree, and my aunt took a whole bunch of cherries home, and then the kids got super sick because she was like, yeah, you guys can have some cherries. And then they had quite a sum of cherries.
Yeah.
So, but anyhow, I digress.
Moderation in all things. All right.
I would love to try, like, if everybody would let, I would love to try, like, a little bit of everything soon. Not right now, but, like,
Tomorrow.
yeah, tomorrow on the road. Like, just trying all the things.
Mm-hmm.
All right. As you're walking around, Osmond is making sure that you understand how best to prepare and serve all these different fruits in case you've not dealt with them before.
Sorry, you can still freeze things, right?
I don't know for how long. Yes, I
Okay.
technically can. Chill
I have an
touch.
idea that I want to see if we can make it work tomorrow.
For prestidigitation, you mean?
No, I think she uses Ray of Frost or something.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Ray of Frost or Chill Touch. I can't remember one.
I think it was Ray of Frost.
I have an idea of something that may work with the wagon rolling and your Ray of Frost.
I knew that's what you were gonna say. Oh my god, I'm so excited.
It might involve pineapple and coconut.
Coconut milk and pineapple.
Pineapple.
Super excited. Oh, not Chill Touch. That's necrotic, so it's Ray of Frost.
Yep.
I mean, we
Welcome.
started breakfast sandwiches. Now we're gonna start ice cream. It's cool.
I
Well-
figure I probably have had some kind of delicacy somewhere, so.
Welcome to D&D Foodies.
Making food out of nothing at all.
There's a song there.
Yep.
Yeah, there is.
Food out of nothing at all.
That's
Out of
when
nothing
they
at
introduced
all.
Dole Whips.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
I make Dole Whip, fake Dole Whip. Oh, it's so good.
That sounds amazing.
I think I have everything downstairs to make it. Thank you, Leslie.
Very welcome.
All right. Is there anything else you would like to do at the market?
Not at the market.
Are there things other than food, or is it just fruits and stuff?
Oh, there's other various things, mostly like staples, root vegetables and oats.
do we need to pick up
and,
any of that and stuff?
Yeah, I'll stock up my traveling kitchen items.
Okay.
For like 5 gold enough to
Yeah.
cover her thing?
Yeah, more like 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, some potatoes and
And-
onions and that kind of.
You can consider yourself fully restocked.
Okay.
And this is farm to table stuff, so it's all very fresh.
Our
Yum,
next
yum,
meal
yum.
is going to be on the road, right?
Yes.
Do you want me to look at getting a hunch of meat for you to? I mean, it won't last long, but if we're looking for our next meal on the road to be a more involved one, then that's something we could
Yeah.
do.
We can do that. Be nice instead of the dried ones that we usually have to use. We can probably keep it cool for a day.
Yeah.
What do you think? Is there something like that we could purchase?
There is a store in town that does sell smoked meats.
Ooh, smoked meats. That would last longer.
Yes.
Let's go there.
All right.
Since we're gonna have to be here till tomorrow anyway, or at least till tonight.
Yeah.
And you can, the smoked meats will be good and add that. We'll have a yummy meal tomorrow in the afternoon. Or eat.
All right. He takes you to the local butcher shop, which is also a smokehouse. So you can buy fresh meat or you can buy smoked. They have pork, they have bison, they have horse, they have camel.
Pork and bison.
Pork and the bison. Definitely not the horse or the camel. How much is it for fresh versus smoked?
The smoked is actually a little more expensive because it's more time intensive to prepare. But it's not more than about 20% more.
Totally worth it.
Okay, so I'll get a haunch of the bison and a haunch of the pig.
How many pounds of each do you want?
I
A couple
asked
of
the
pounds.
cook.
Yeah, just a couple of pounds. How long will it last?
Well, if you can keep it cool, it'll last up to a week. If you can't, 3 days is safe.
I wonder if we can get a metal box, Zori, that you could make cold in the wagon. Until we can get a magic item and rip off another show that we like and make a bag of colding.
Yeah, true,
Bag
right.
of colding.
Bag of colding kept everything
Awesome.
bag cold.
Yes.
great.
An ice box type thing.
Yeah.
The only problem with that is using Ray of Frost. Every time she uses it, it's going to damage the box.
What
Is that really? Well, I
Because
can't.
it's a damage spell.
That's true.
Oh, so then I can't keep a whole lot of stuff cold like that without damaging it.
That's correct.
I mean,
So
you were
you
using
wanna
it
get-
on corpses and it didn't matter.
Right. Hey, I just want to.
Thing frozen and then put it in the box.
I just want to point out to Leslie, he was already dead when we found him, and we were taking him back to his family.
And we were keeping him from, because we don't have gentle repose, right? So
Yeah, we were keeping him from turning it.
We were keeping
Okay.
him from rotting.
You can use prestidigitation to chill a cubic foot for an hour.
Yes, but I would have you would have to do that like
Yeah.
every
Is
hour.
it a cantrip?
Yeah,
is.
it is a cantrip.
Cubic foot's pretty thick though.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I both have prestidigitation.
We do.
So
All right.
So
So maybe 3 or 4,
5 pounds? of
Yeah.
each?
5 pounds of each we can use.
5 pounds of each.
All right. 2 gold, 5 silver for each. So 5 gold total for the 2.
Okay.
Man, if nothing else we do in this game, we eat good. And I'm happy about that all the time.
The cookbook is coming.
Yeah.
When
right.
we have time. Yes.
Someday.
Just a matter of putting it together.
so funny that we come up with these things.
Sounds like fruit salad and some kind of meat. But
Oh.
if you've got the root vegetables, maybe there's a stew or a
Mm-hmm.
roast.
Yes, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Nectarines in the stew.
Ew, God, no. Why would you do
No,
that?
but you could use the fruit to braise the pork,
Meat.
The
Yeah.
There
pork.
you go.
right? Like pineapple.
Apricot. Apricot would be really good. Like a
Actually,
glade.
if you do the pineapple, this is one thing I know because it breaks down tendons. Whatever you put your pineapple in would be like super soft.
Yep.
Ask me how I know.
Spiral glazed ham for everybody.
Yes.
We know how you know.
We ask us how we know. Meow.
Now there's no more fuss and there's no more scenes, and my garden thrives. You should see my nectarines. Yes.
All right. So we buy all of our items.
Okay.
What else is there to do in this town?
Osmond says, well, as much as I hate to have to say it,
You should
There's-
probably go to work.
there is work that must be done. Are
Yes,
you
of course.
are you departing now or?
Tomorrow.
Oh, well then, perhaps dinner again at the Princess tonight.
Oh, we were gonna maybe meet you at your place after work for Rosalind.
Oh, all right. Well, we could definitely have dinner before that.
That sounds good.
Okay. Yeah.
Might
'cause
I walk? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
because I just want to see, not that there is a teleportation circle, but if there was, it would be amazing for you just to know. And you could have, if you were under attack, you could potentially have help here within moments. We actually, yeah, you could.
If it's not that, you still might need to have Zori identify what some of it is.
Perhaps. I'm not clear how most of this magic works, but if it is a teleportation circle, how do I know who has access to it?
That's a good question.
Well, anybody who knows the address of it, and by looking at it, you would be able to know the address. So only people you would trust.
Right, but
And
what about people
already.
who already know it? Could there be
Unless-
people who already know it?
There could be.
Oh.
I mean, I don't
I
But
know
they would
about
be
your
people
previous
that
mayor.
the previous mayor trusted.
You said he didn't run out. He wasn't run out in disgrace, right? He passed
No,
away
he
Yeah.
passed away on the job.
on the job.
Well, he was mayor when he passed.
Oh gosh, good point. I thought maybe
No, he...
in line
from-
of duty.
Yes, from everything I have been told, his passing was gentle in his sleep.
Oh, nice.
So... Well, I think I would feel safer if I perhaps put on a new lock that only locked from the outside.
That actually is pretty smart.
Yeah.
Not to be too excited otherwise about this, perhaps your child could come home to you. I spilled pop all over myself. I'm sorry. Perhaps your child could be sent to you quickly if
Oh.
you use the teleportation circle in the tower.
But first
How?
we have to find out if it's there.
I know, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, yes, this is probably best held as a discussion until we find out exactly what is behind that door.
Indeed.
Excellent.
All right. Well, I will leave you to wander.
I do have one question before Aribelle takes you aside.
Oh, yes.
Is there a good, I know we're on the water, is there a good beach with actual sand somewhere here?
A little ways north of town. Yes.
Oh, a little ways north of town. Well, we
Yes,
don't have
it's-
anything to do for the day, so maybe. Like attached to the town, like just like here? Or are we talking like way out of town?
Yeah. You're talking like about there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. just-
They've shored up the coastline for the use of vessels all the way
Mhm.
around town. But once you get out of town, then the natural beaches sort of reemerge.
Okay. I sense a beach day. Okay.
Would you mind if I walked with you for a minute?
Oh, no, that would be fine. I will see the rest of you tonight for dinner.
Yes. We hang out
Okay.
around the corner, doing stuff, walking in the market.
All right.
How are you doing with Aaron gone?
I miss him. But I know that he's doing well and he's making friends and he's happy. At least that's what he says in his letters. And you have said that he was happy and was excited to see you when you visited.
Must be strange to live in a different home.
It is, but at the same time, I'm actually, in a strange way, grateful. Having the job as mayor gives me something else to focus on.
I ask you, you've been living through this so much longer than I have. Have you ever thought about moving on with
From
someone else?
Oh.
I mean, I can't even imagine it right now, but I just wonder, does that change?
Yes, but no. It's... the love never leaves you. I still feel about her the way I did when I first saw her. But it becomes less inclined to turn to pain as the years pass. But
I still feel married.
I did for quite some time. I've come to know in my heart that she is gone, and that our marriage is now a cherished memory.
She would want you to be happy, just as I know my husband would want me to be happy.
And I am. I'm proud of my son, of our son. And he is a continual joy and wonder to me, able to embrace a type of power I will never, ever understand, even the smallest degree that he does. And knowing that he is in a place where he can explore that gift and receive guidance from people that I now know are credible, thanks to running into you. It makes it easier. But have I ever thought of moving on? Well, moving on takes more than just a decision I might make.
No,
So,
but yes, but there's a willingness to be open to it should it cross your path.
I don't quite think I'm there yet. I logically can think of the possibility, but I don't know if my heart is ready yet. I hope perhaps one day it will be. I hope that perhaps there is someone else out there that my heart may find itself opening toward. But I don't think that day has arrived yet.
You'll know.
I hope so.
Me too.
Well, if I will know, then so will you. Eventually.
Eventually. There's a lot of grief.
Forgive
Also,
me if
just my
if
husband.
this is an awkward question, but are paladins allowed to marry?
I think so. They didn't tell me I couldn't. I think that would have been in the paperwork.
You would think.
By the way, congratulations, you're celibate. Welcome to the Paladinhood. I'm pretty sure a lot more paladins would not exist if you had to be celibate. I'm just saying. I'm not there, but I'm just saying in general.
That's what they said about the clergy.
I only ask because it just occurred to me I have never really gotten to know a paladin before, and I guess I don't quite know the rules.
Rank, I think. I think paladins are still relatively new, but yeah, I haven't heard that that's an issue. I think they would have told me.
Do you know of other paladins who have married?
Do I?
Make a history check.
11.
Nope. Now,
None
come
that
to
I
think
know
of it, no.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
nabbit.
Well, I'll be sure to ask next time I'm at the sanctum.
Probably a wise question.
But again, I think they would have told me had it been against the rule. We're not Jedi.
Or are you?
Oh, maybe I am a Jedi. Magic weapon is really a lightsaber. I'm just saying.
Right.
It could be argued.
That's
Well,
funny.
I'm glad that you are content and at peace. And
I miss her
maybe
still. But
you always will.
it has become more, I don't know the word. I wish Rosalind were here. She would know the word. Wistful? Perhaps? More smiles tinged with sadness than outright pain.
I give him a quick hug.
He hugs you back. I didn't know how fortunate I was to meet you all those weeks ago. But I'm starting to sense now that it was probably one of the best things, apart from my son, that's happened to me in quite some time. And I mean that for all three of you. And I didn't want to ask, but where is Araman?
He's off on a secret mission. We don't even know. We've had a couple of... Zori was able to talk to him once, I think, and we've had reports that all is well, but he's off trying to help save Aecathan in his own way. But
Well,
hopefully see him again soon.
if you talk to him again, please, if you are able, pass along my greetings and my best wishes.
We will. Well, I will let you get to work. Sorry to...
No apologies necessary. I am sorry that I cannot put off this paperwork longer. But I have a meeting with the Farmers Collective this afternoon, and I do need to prepare because there are some things they wish to discuss that I do not know as much about as I think I should.
I'll see you later.
I will see you at dinner. All right?
I will walk back.
I will be like picking up things when she comes back and be like, look at this. Just because we're in the market and it's fun.
All right. So, you have found out that not terribly far out of town, there is a sandy beach. Or you can continue to wander through town.
Mm.
I'll be right back.
You do know that there is a jeweler in town. There is a general store. And there is, of course, the Temple of Eidos that you have yet to enter.
Ugh.
But
Part of
that's
me wants to
about
cause
it.
some controversy, but I'm gonna stay away from the controversy for now.
I say
Um,
beach.
Yeah, beach. You guys want to go to a beach? I've never been to the beach. Like, have I been to the beach? I don't know. What?
Oh, yeah.
Irma?
In your
Okay, then I
in
want to
your
go to the beach some more.
in your travels, you've been to the beach. Gwenlaryn's the one who's never been to a beach.
Oh,
Like
well
to go
then.
to see the beach.
Yes, we need to go to see the beach. To the beach! I'm going to the beach!
All right. Do you? What do you do with all the stuff you just bought?
We're going to have to take it back to the place and also rent another room for another night. Go to the Ranger's Princess.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll stop at the Ranger's Princess on the way home, on the way
Well-
to the beach, and
Getting another night is not a problem.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
think so.
And Sybil says that she actually has a cool box in the kitchen that she's willing to at least put your meats in.
Fantastic.
that would be amazing. We'll pay her an extra gold for that. Will that be sufficient?
Oh, she waves you off.
All right.
Yeah, and the rest of the stuff can go in our rooms.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I get my lightest clothing, right? Like,
Well, it's not hot anymore.
no, but we're going to the beach.
Yeah.
So
That's true.
I change into, clothing that I would take to a beach.
Okay.
Swimming optional. Under yeah. I'm just
Yeah.
saying. Whatever one would wear to the beach
Yeah.
in a adventure type situation.
In a fantasy setting.
Yeah, in a fantasy setting.
Um,
Leather
you would
bikini not included.
you would either swim in your small clothes or just strip and swim.
Okay.
Option 2.
Dose. Yeah.
So you gather up your things. I assume probably take a few snacks.
Mm-hmm.
Snacks for the road.
Uh, and you head north out of town. You travel up to...
The beach.
Let me pull up my map here. You travel up to here, and then you just go cross-country from there, and you end up right about up
Oh.
here,
Woohoo.
and you find a nice stretch of sandy beach, probably about 12, 13 feet of sand down to the water. There's a little bit of a bluff, about 3 feet, where the dirt and the grass kind of ends, and you have to hop down to the sand.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, very fine white sand.
Awesome.
Yes.
I just stand and stare.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I encourage you to take off your shoes and walk further when you're done standing and staring, like when you've kind of come back within yourself.
I
And
reach
and
down and I slip off my shoes and I start walking toward the water, and then I start taking off other pieces of clothing, and I just leave a trail of clothes until I walk into the water.
exactly.
And-
Exactly.
It is cool, but not cold. And the waves are gently rolling in on shore. Only about 2-foot waves, not great surfing weather, but good for swimming.
2-foot waves are still pretty big.
Yeah, they are.
I wade in as deeply as I can and then realize I can't swim.
Well, it
Never
seems
learned.
to you almost as if the water knows this because it's continually trying to push you back toward the shore.
That's so cool.
Thanks so much.
I yell to those on the shore, I can't swim, but it doesn't seem to matter.
Ooh, maybe come back a little bit.
But it's so fun.
I swim out towards her.
Okay. Well, you could just wade out to where she is.
I'll go in my underclothes,
Okay.
but I don't know if this is the first time that Gwenlaryn has seen my tattoo or not. I can't remember.
I haven't seen it before, but I'm somewhat distracted.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
I do note it and think, I'll ask her about that later.
Got it. But Aribelle suns herself a little bit, maybe dips a toe in, does the things that she would normally do at a beach. Oh, what about Sakathus?
Zakuthos?
Sakuthos. Why do I not have it written out like that?
He's there, still standing at the edge of the bluff. Just kind of staring.
I wave him down. Does he come down?
He kind of looks around and gets down on his belly and kind of levers himself over the edge. The drop is larger than he is tall.
Oh, I run to
Assist.
make sure that he's not okay. Yeah, to assist.
Oh,
To make sure that he's not okay. To
thank
assist.
you. That didn't look all that pleasant, but now that I'm down here, it's soft.
Yes. And while you don't have to go au naturel like the ladies, you can definitely take off your shoes, and it is an experience.
Oh, well, yes, all right. I'm taking my shoes off. And he takes his boots off and rolls up his pant legs and just kind of walks down to the edge of the water and stands there watching the waves roll in, and he just kind of moves forward slowly until the waves are lapping at his toes. And then
I
he
make sure.
and then he
oh.
giggles.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that's a feeling.
Are there crustaceans or animals or anything like that?
Make a perception check.
Not very good because it's perception and I suck at perception. Oh, 15.
15. You do notice a crab
I
walking
point
on
it
the
out.
beach a little ways further down.
I call him over and I point it out. Like everything is cool and new.
Is that one broken?
No, that's just how he. That's just.
He's-
I mean, like everybody's
He's
a little
walking
different.
sideways.
Yes.
They do that.
And he just kind of wanders off and ends up following the crab around for like an hour.
I'm getting
Perfect.
tossed about in the waves, and I yell, I'm swimming!
Aw.
And you look over, she's being knocked down by the waves and then getting back up.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Best day ever.
Ever.
And as you cavort in the waves and enjoy the sand and the sun, that's where we're going to stop this evening.
Yay!
We will pick this back up next time and see if we can get you back out of Sandy Cove.
Well, yeah.
It's bound to happen eventually.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll
eventually.
put my clothes back on.
Maybe.
We'll see.
We'll see.
If you choose not to, I guarantee it will be a slightly different reception when you walk back into town.
Yeah. You will cause quite a stir.
A commotion, as it were.
Yes.
A scene, perhaps.
All right. So, do want to remind you that we have Vigilantes Unleashed tomorrow night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern time here in the United States. And Nikki and I will be once again pursuing that elusive 20th level when we can start actually making some progress towards being vigilantes once again.
All right, because we're on the little people on the new server.
Right. We are now playing on the Rebirth server, so if you happen to be around 7:30 Eastern time on a Wednesday night, you could join us. We'd be happy to add you to the team and share the joy and misfortune, like the joy and misfortune that was the Twin Shot arc. And in case you've ever wondered what HOORB sounds like, it's herb.
Here you go.
So, but that'll do it for us for the evening. So remember, stay safe, stay sane, do whatever's the right thing to do for your health. Mask, get vaccinated. Just don't put yourself at risk. Don't put anybody else at risk. You know, that's really the kindest thing that you can do. And we will see you again next Tuesday night when we will welcome you once again back to the lands of Aecathan. Good night, everybody.